They were in live.
All right. Time is 7:07 PM. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Mayor and Town Council for Tuesday, March 26th to order. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Council Budraco. Yes. Council Gonzalez. Council Mackey.
Here.
Council Nagel.
Here.
Council Page.
Here.
Council Flour.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Here.
Council Tiniakos.
Here.
Mayor Trister.
Here. Moving on to approval of the agenda. I move approval.
Second.
Discussion, all those in favor?
We have.
Oh, yeah, go right ahead. So, yeah.
I would just ask if we could amend the agenda to remove our student representatives. Unfortunately, they're not able to make it.
Do we need to amend the agenda for that?
No, they're not here, so they would.
We're here next.
Okay.
We're getting rid of it. Okay, we'll just table it.
So we'll just keep it on, okay, very good. So then, so all those in favor of approving the agenda?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. We do have a proclamation for tonight. It is Public Health Week, which is exciting. Now we'll go ahead and read the proclamation. A proclamation on 2024 National Public Health Week. Whereas the American Public Health Association has proclaimed April 1st through April 7th, 2024 as National Public Health Week. Whereas this year's theme, protecting, connecting, and thriving, we are all public health, and whereas public health is more than just healthcare. It's the steps we take to make sure our neighborhoods and environment are free from pollution. It's making sure our food and water are safe to eat and drink. It's also the relationships we foster in our communities. And whereas for 29 years, the annual celebration of National Public Health Week reminds us of the fundamental role that our town, state, and local health departments play every day in the health of our communities. And whereas the health district, in partnership with the 4 towns, recognizes we're all interconnected when we all come together to support public health. All of us individuals, families, communities, and the public health field can achieve the health goals that the community and the health district has been dedicated to. And whereas the town of Newington, together with its neighboring towns of Berlin, Rocky Hill, and Weathersfield, receives quality public health service through its regional health department, the Central Connecticut Health District, now in its 28th year of service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Newington Town Council does hereby proclaim April 1st to April 7th, 2024 as National Public Health Week in Newington, Connecticut. I encourage all our citizens to join me in the celebration and in acknowledging the critical role of public health in prevention and in helping individuals and communities to achieve and maintain good health. Signed this 26th day of March, 2024, John Trister, Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this?
I would just say, I think we all appreciate the role that the public health department does for our town and the other 3 members of our consortium. And thank you very much, Ms. Brown, and all your staff.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I was fortunate enough to attend a meeting with some of the other mayors of the 4 towns last week at the Central Connecticut Health District, and it was a really, really informative presentation. It was a great opportunity to see all that they do for our community and how working together with other communities we can accomplish and fix some of these public health goals that don't really care about borders. So it's a great organization, and I'm really excited for public health week. Public health week. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yes.
If Councilor Gonzalez is absent, you have to mention.
Yeah.
that.
Oh, okay.
8-0.
801 absent. There you go. Sorry about that.
Gonzalez, you have to say Councilor Gonzalez. absent.
Counselor Gonzalez absent.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Nothing on presentations. So we'll move along to public participation in general. If you'd like to speak in public participation, you're in the room, please feel free to come up, state your name and address. If you'd like to speak and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand function in Zoom and we'll get you on.
Good evening, everyone. Kind of cozy up here, you know? I'm not sure I like it. I kind of like you guys a little bit above it. John Slazarski, 40 Grandview Drive. I guess I'm a little disappointed. There's not more people here to talk about the Department of Ed budget, but I'm not here to talk about that. So I'm here to talk about this whole thing with this ball field groomer. I took all afternoon researching what Dura Edge was and what it meant. It's essentially a mix of sand and clay and silt that they put on the field. And actually, on their website, Dura Edge recommends a 1-inch mist screen dragger for $869 for the most expensive one, and a nail drag that's $629 for the most expensive one. Of course, you need your tractor to pull that. And then I looked at this whole Force 723 thing, the machine that they want to get, and it's 55,000 or 54,000. I don't know if it's already spent, and it's just we're asking only about the sole source part of it. But I couldn't find anybody, like any of the major league ball teams use it. But nobody said anything, so I can't say that they don't, but I didn't find it anywhere. I didn't find any recommendations by them. So I guess I was just surprised by the whole thing. The other thing I was a little surprised about, the memo saying it's sole sourced only by that one company was 3 years old, 1/1/2021. Kind of surprised me, and I just put it on my phone for a quote to get a quote on that machine from another website. And there's 3 or 4 websites online that you can get quotes from. It allowed me to do a Connecticut quote. So I'm kind of a little concerned that that's like old news. They may have been the original sourcer, but it just seems like overkill. If somebody tells me it's because we're saving money on overtime, it's good. I just don't believe it's going to give us that much better grooming on the fields. All right, that's enough of that. The new pension reports are out. So to keep Councilor Mankey happy, figured I'd just talk about that a little bit. As you all know, the market's up through at least through July 1st of 2023, when this evaluation is as of. The good news is the police department on market value. I don't do the actuarial mumbo jumbo voodoo about, actuarial value, 65.6%. So it's underfunded by about $32 million. The municipal pensions, 51%, so it's underfunded by about 27 million. And the administration pensions only 39% funded. That's the smallest one, so that's only underfunded by about 8 million. I've asked actually the president of the union, municipal union, like 10 years ago, aren't you worried about, the pension being so underfunded and continues to be underfunded? And he goes, nah, Newington will always pay. They had 30 people in their room that day to protest against seasonal workers. They didn't want any more seasonal workers. And I just couldn't believe none of them stand up and say anything about the pensions. I've been accused, and I know I'm over, but I've been accused of wanting to get rid of the pensions. I don't want to get rid of the pensions. I want them to be so we can calculate how much it's going to cost us and get them fully funded. That's what I want. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I went over. Thanks.
Anybody else in the room that would like to speak in public participation? Come on.
Hi, Kevin Borb, 16 Broadview Street. I'm one of Newington's representatives appointed to the Central Connecticut Health District, and I just want to quickly thank you all for supporting National Public Health Week and continuing to support, as Councilor Page said, this consortium, the Central Connecticut Health District, that really brings together the resources of the four towns to really promote public health in this community of approximately 90,000 people. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Anybody else in the room or on Zoom that would like to participate in public participation? All right, seeing none, we will move on to remarks by counselors on public participation. Anybody have any thoughts? Counselor Page?
I'd just like to know, and I'm not interacting with you directly because that's outside of Robert rules. I'd like to get my hands on that quote. So.
If I get it, I'll let you know. Thank you. Counselor Drago?
Yeah, I also, I don't know if we're gonna be supposed to be voting on this tonight or not, but, I would like some. You raised a couple of questions, not just a quote, but a couple of questions, and if Mr. DeMille will be online tonight or in the future, I think it would be worth the two of us to get answers to those questions. And thank you for that information. And also, Mr. Slazarski, I certainly never, accuse you of wanting to get rid of pensions. Actually, I think the opposite. You want to make sure that they're going to be there when people need them, and that unfortunately, we all know it's not just isolated to Newington. I mean, I think our state pension system is in pretty bad shape as well, but, we need somebody to keep bringing it to people's attention, and so thank you. You're not being annoying, you're being, you're being, enlightening, so thank you.
Deputy Mayor Riley?
Yes, Mr. Slazarski, there you are. Thank you. You come almost every meeting, and I appreciate that and appreciate what you have to offer and what you bring to the table. And Mr. Gore, thank you and the other representatives, not, excuse me, only from Newington, but from our surrounding towns, for stepping up to the plate and working with Central Connecticut Health District. This is really important work that they do, that you do, so thank you.
Any comments? All right. We will move on to consideration of old business. Item A, ball field brewing machine, perfect timing. Do we know if Bill's able to get on?
I don't know if he's,
I did just message you.
I know that you approved this in ARPA purposes in February, so it's an ARPA funded item. I'm trying to see if I can find like the list of all the details of what each thing was. So just give me a moment.
Sure.
So I can find it. I'm gonna get my folder right here. Yeah. There was at one point you had in your packet, going back a couple meetings, you had a whole, like, you had a page for each ARPA request that explained it in more detail. I'm trying to kind of pull that off. May not be able to.
Councilor Jacob?
I know we may have approved it as a line item, but now I'm a little concerned about how much in-depth questioning maybe we did on that line item. And I'm not sure how, absolutely urgent it is to do the vote tonight. I would feel a lot more comfortable maybe if we can get some answers to the question. I mean, if there's an absolute deadline that we have to vote tonight, or can we wait to get a little bit more information on it? But just because we approved it on the ARPA funding, I'm not sure we've dug into the actual detail that Mr. Safarski brought our way.
Thank you. Councilor Mankin?
Yeah, it's on here for new business, and we purposely talked about it. It's on our Saturday marathon, so it could be on new business. But again, Mr. Lusky raised a point. The sole source letter here is now 3 years old. It gives me pause. That this is the only people that can actually do this machine. I mean, I think I understand why he wants the machine, and what the urgency is, he wants to get it ready for a ball season, I'm assuming, which is probably right around the corner. Not today, it's freezing cold out there, but it should be right around the corner. But I am concerned that doing a single source bid on a letter dated 3 years ago.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
Yeah, I also, after hearing some information from, Mr. Szarski and also what has just been mentioned, I would like to pause and gather more information. We can move this forward at our next meeting, but I think, at least for me, I would like more information and, something a little more concrete, that is up to date before we jump ahead. I mean, perhaps this is correct and this is what the outcome will be, but I don't feel as though I have enough information to make that judgment tonight.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Counselor Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just echo, I want to thank Mr. Szarski for doing his due diligence. We've got budget brain here, I think, and so we may have not done that ourselves. So appreciate that, and I agree. I think tabling it for the time being is the most appropriate way to move forward. As I said, I did contact just now, texted Bill to see if perhaps he's able to jump on and maybe we hear from him in the next public participation or at some point this evening. But in either case, I think there are clearly some unanswered questions that we need to tend to, and so we ought to put this on hold for the time being.
Thank you, Counselor Floyd. Counselor Nagel?
Yes, I agree too, given what's come to light that Mr. Szarski pointed out to us that we need more information. And also that this isn't a budget item, it's an ARPA money, but it's still funds that the town can use. And if it's inappropriate for those funds to use for this one piece of equipment, there are many more needs the town have that fall under ARPA that they could be used for. I'm not against this, but I do agree that more information is needed.
Thank you, Counselor Nagel. Counselor Tiniakis?
Yeah, I just Googled, this, piece of machinery, the same, model number, and it's coming up to about 20,000 less than what they're estimating the cost to be. So, that's probably a base model, but definitely leaves room for questions. So I do agree that we should maybe hold off and get a little bit more answers on this.
Any other questions or comments? All right, well, I guess, I'm okay with leaving it in old business and addressing it at a future date. So we can get some of the questions answered. That makes sense. Everyone's okay with that?
So that would move, we table this item?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Mankey, second by Counselor Floyd. Any discussion on tabling this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, motion carries 8-0 with Counselor Gonzalez absent. There you go. All right, we're moving on to item 8B, Department Budget Reviews, and we have our friends from the Board of Education here tonight. We're so excited. Come on up.
Even said that straight face.
You're right there. Oh.
It's okay, you should
There
go
we
back
go.
too.
There's
The
like
nice
a-
part when you put this up.
That's what I like. Well, good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our budget. I'm joined obviously by Board Chair Parati. And we're just going to share with you the budget that the Board of Education passed on February 28th and some possible suggestions about next steps. So we're going to kind of co-present this evening. Just pressing the right arrow.
Counselor Mankey?
Just, I'm a paper guy. Can we get a copy of this in paper form?
Sure, of course.
I like paper.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This slide, I believe many of you have seen before. I presented it at budget meetings, our budget landscape meeting and the recent town meeting. But I wanted to share a few updates. Last week, our high school principal, Tara Tigna, was named a finalist in the High School Principal of the Year contest. And she's gonna have a site visit in a few weeks to determine if she's the actual winner, but I think it's awesome that she's been nominated.
And the rest of these items I'll let you read through, but these are all the positive things that are happening right now in the district. And many of you have heard me talk about the Nor'easter Academy of Excellence. That's our alternative program that we just began. I did want to update the council that I am in the process of applying for a federal grant to help fund that. And I met with representatives from Senator Blumenthal's office this week to see if they think it was a good presentation, and they do. So we're gonna move forward on that grant. And again, we're always seeking out grant opportunities to offset the Board of Education budget. Lots to be proud of here in Newington. Additionally, under our equity points of pride, very recently, John Wallace administration was chosen to present at a regional conference based on the success they've had at their school with our equity opportunities. So that's happening at the end of May. And our Welcome Center, and for those that don't know what that is, at our high school, we've set up what's called a Welcome Center because we do have so many diverse families coming to Newington on a almost daily basis, if not weekly. And we've decided that we need to give some of our families a little extra attention because of their specialized needs. So that Welcome Center this year alone has welcomed over 36 students from 7 different countries throughout the world. And again, that's not all the new students we've had this year, but those are families that we've paid a little extra attention to because of their needs. And I always want to just review again our demographics because it just speaks to why our needs in the district are changing. But our special ed population does continue to rise. It's a hair less than a few years ago, but it's still at about 16%, which is around the state average. Certainly post-COVID, we're seeing an uptick in special ed, and we're seeing a large uptick, and you'll see that in a minute, in special ed costs. They're actually skyrocketing. We also have seen an increase in kids requiring accommodations under Section 504. That is a mandate that we have to adhere to, though there are no federal or state dollars to help us offset those costs. We also have seen a large increase in our ML population. We're just about at 10%. ML means multilingual learners, and those are kids who are not primarily English speakers. So we have to provide additional services for them that are mandated and legislated. And our free and reduced lunch count continues to go up. We're at 36% of our population, and that's up more than 10% over the past 5 years. So you can see that our needs in town are changing, and that has a direct impact on what the school system needs to do. And here's just some statistics about our ML population district-wide. I do want to draw your attention to John Patterson. They are now one of our highest ML population schools, and as a result of that, have over 20 students that speak exclusively Spanish, and that requires us to provide an additional bilingual tutor at the school. Again, a mandate by the state that is not funded and is something we did have to put into our budget this year. The rest of our schools are around the same, with E Green being another fairly significantly high ML population. And also, as you see, as the kids age, our population does shrink a little as kids go into the high school, because once they're with us for a while, we are able to help them learn the language and their service needs become a little less. But kids do move into the district as high school students too, so there are still needs at the high school. The budget goals are quite simple. We want to continue all of our equity work and our current programs. We want to expand pre-K. We want to comply with all state mandates because we have to. That includes HVAC, financial literacy, and our multilingual learner obligations. We have tried to retain essential ESSER positions to support our students and district security. We did not retain all of them in this budget, which I'll explain. And we want to make sure our teachers, and we know the job market for teachers right now is very challenging and teachers are very stressed. The last thing we want is to have stress about whether my job is secure for next year. Here are what we did put in the budget for this year that are designed just to meet our critical levels of support and our state mandate obligations. Financial literacy is a requirement now. Anyone who's a freshman needs to take that course before they graduate. There's no way to work around that. We do have financial literacy courses at the high school, but not enough staff to teach the new requirement that will, many more kids are going to cycle through that course. So we do need to add a position. We're adding a few courses at the high school. That's a very minimal budget impact, just some curriculum writing. Our pre-K expansion which will allow us to provide full-day pre-K at all 4 elementary schools. Currently, we only have it at 2, but that is going to be offset by tuition. We are anticipating about $300,000 next year in tuition revenue. And as the council may recall, several years ago, there was an MOU crafted to allow that tuition to go right to the operating budget, which then doesn't require us to ask for pre-K positions because that offset covers those. As I mentioned earlier, we need a bilingual tutor at Patterson. It's a mandate. And we want to retain the following ESSER positions. 2 ML teachers, because our ML population continues to grow. 2 board certified behavior analysts, which are folks that help regulate our students who are having behavior challenges. While many things have improved since COVID is resolved, behavior issues have not. We have added 4 security guards at the elementary level during COVID, and their primary job at that time was to manage the isolation rooms. That's no longer an issue, but they've become an integral part of the school. And parents have really articulated to me that they feel a lot better knowing that every school now has a security guard. Previously, we were splitting security guards between the middle schools and the elementary schools, and it was a very minimal impact there. We also want to retain ESS services at our schools. Those were largely in the board budget before COVID, with the exception of Wallace. The good news, though, is we were able to retain some ESSER funds to offset that cost, and that's going to be in next year's budget as a grant offset. And also retain the NHS instructional STEM coach. Here are some of the funding assumptions that are in our budget that was passed by the board at 7.5%. We've included every grant offset that we currently have, and that's about $2.4 million. We have written or are working on an MOU that will allow us to put some $400,000 from our open choice monies, eventually landing in the non-lapsing fund to give us more resources for next year. We've planned on relying on the non-lapsing fund already in this budget at $2.2 million. We have planned for the magnet school tuition to come directly out of ECS money, which is something the town would have to agree to. And we have planned for the maximum amount of reimbursement from open choice, which we anticipate and estimate it being $928,000. So those are all currently offsets to the budget. Here are things that are not in the budget. There were requests to increase our speech pathology services, our school psychology services. We wanted to include a new educator rising teacher at the high school. We needed some more supplies for our STEM programs at Wallace and Kellogg. And it would have been nice, but not needed to have flexible furniture for our world language classrooms. Those were all not in the budget. We also have 2 retirees that we will not be replacing. And we have 3.2 ESSER fund positions that we are not including in next year's budget. Those staff will be reassigned through attrition, except for the 1.0 instructional coach. That individual left the district and we did this year, and we did not replace him. Our costs continue to rise. I think we all know that. I did want to draw special attention to special ed, and I circled it on the chart. You can see that from last year to this year, special ed costs have risen by almost $3 million. That's a combination of the cost of teaching, the cost of the outplacements, the cost of any of the consultants that we hire, but also there were areas that were somewhat underfunded in previous budgets that we had to reconcile. So I just wanted to draw your attention. That's one of our most significant budget drivers this year is special education. So the budget landscape, I did review this at a previous meeting called the budget landscape meeting, but I wanted to draw your attention to, the state of Connecticut has many common threads that run through all districts. Everyone has inflation. Everyone has certified staff shortage areas, which require you to hire people at a higher rate because that's the going rate. There are a lot of volatility statewide with special ed costs. And special ed out of district costs have escalated substantially because we have fewer kids going to out of district placements, but the cost to send each child has gone up through substantially. Everyone's dealing with the financial literacy mandate, and we're all dealing with the HVAC and indoor air quality mandates, and everyone is losing ESSER funding but student mental health needs are continuing to be significant. What's unique to Newington, though, is that we have increasing diversity, especially among our bilingual population, and mental health issues and intervention needs. Those still require our attention. We have a lack of health benefits for our paras, which makes us very non-competitive in the open market. And that requires, sometimes our positions are unfilled, but the other problem there is sometimes we rely on contracted services because a lot of these positions are in IEPs. In fact, most of them are. And an IEP is a legal document, so you cannot go unfilled. So we're hiring paras at a much higher rate in some cases because we can't hire them in our current fiscal structure. And finally, we have had historical budgets that did not keep up with inflation. I did do an analysis of DIRG-D, which is what we belong to here in Newington. And if you look at this chart, I can make it work. We are, of the 21 districts in DIRG-D, we are number 17 for budget increases over the past 3 years. So we are on the very lowest component of DIRG-D for getting a budget increase, with Watertown being at the top, and I believe it's Shelton at the bottom. So that is a concern about historically why now we have a bigger budget ask than might be typical. Okay. This is another slide about our mandate obligations. Indoor air quality reporting is something we have to comply with. There is some indications from our state folks that there may push out some of the HVAC and indoor air quality reporting components, but that's still pending until the legislation session closes in May. And I've already mentioned that we have to hire a bilingual tutor at Patterson due to 20 or more Spanish-speaking students. Here's a breakdown of all of our contractual obligations. These are things that we had to put in our budget because they're part of a contract, and there was really no way around that. The teacher contract settled pretty high last year, well within the state norms, but it is something now that is going to impact the budget in a pretty significant way. AFSCME is under negotiations right now, so we put an estimate in there at 4%. Our NASA contract is already in place, and that's an impact of 81,000. Nurses are also under negotiations, so we estimate 4% there, as well as our non-instructional administrators, our ATs, that salary set by the town manager, and paras and tutors are anticipating a 4% raise, and other non-bargaining, which is folks that are not in a bargaining unit, myself included. And that is a total of a $2 million budget impact, or 2.49% of our budget increase, simply because we have obligations to our contractual mandates. So here is, we talk about our non-lapsing fund a lot. We've relied on it more in recent years. You can see this is a history because our board wanted to be very clear with everyone about the long-term history of it. So this year we had anticipated using about $1.7 million in the non-lapsing fund due to our budget freeze. And basically that's it. And I'll show you some other things that didn't get done. We are trying not to use any of it this year. We are also working on the MOU. We believe that should go through, and that will free up another $400,000 into that fund. But I did want to show the town council the impact of not spending some of that money. Part of it is because we do have a health benefit credit that we can apply toward expenses this year. That's $150,000. We had some utility breakage. We had some unfilled non-certified positions. We are postponing a lot of projects, including some HVAC projects. We've postponed a lot of technology infrastructure, and we're postponing some playground maintenance. So that is how we were able to avoid spending the non-lapsing resources this year as of right now, notwithstanding any type of unexpected expenditure. So if that were to hold up, we anticipate the balance of the non-lapsing fund at the end of this year to be about $3,001,076, which would allow us to continue our projection into next year of using 2.2 million of it and leaving about $700,000 for other resources. So where are we right now in terms of variable budget resources? You can see that we were going to use, or we had anticipated using about 1.7 million in the non-lapsing fund this year. We're anticipating using 0, which leaves us with about 2.29 for next year's budget. Where we have to look, though, is the impact in a subsequent year. So as we go forward with using non-lapsing resources to offset the budget, this will then out of the gate for the following fiscal year require us to start out with a 2.8% increase to backfill the non-lapsing monies. If for some, this year we're required or have to use to avoid layoffs, use the entire $3 million, that would then require the budget the subsequent year to start off at 3.65%. So when you kind of use these kind of resources, it does catch up to you. Here's kind of where we are right now. We've been meeting, and I'm going to kick this over now to Board Chair Parati to get into what are some of the things we're thinking about relative to trying to close our gap at this point. So, Chair Parati.
Sure. So, as Dr. Burma just mentioned, there's unfilled positions in an ongoing budget freeze, which she implemented in, I believe, January of this year.
Yes.
She did the same thing last year too. So that is reducing our reliance on the non-lapsing fund, for this current year's budget. We talked a little bit about, with the mayor and town council, there's currently in the proposed town council budget, there's HVAC, about 500,000, and our bus replacement cycle. So we have a 11-year bus replacement cycle. The idea was to put monies into it every year so that when we have the need to buy buses and we have a whole replacement schedule, but the money's there so that we can do it. If we don't fund that this year, and that goes to the operating budget instead, there'll be no impact to the taxpayer as it currently stands in the budget, but we could have that money's moved over to operating. So Dr. Brummett mentioned potentially this year a 400,000, the monies for the MOU. Next year, if we wanted to have that same thing where we get open choice, special ed reimbursement goes directly into our capital, it would require an ordinance change for next year to allow us to move the 400,000 into our operating budget, however that works out. So it's a potential that would require town council action. We also had discussed a little bit about, so our assumptions in our budget versus the town manager's budget were off utilities and some contractual increases. So if we align our assumptions to the town, that's a reduction of $100,000. And then of course, Dr. Brum and her staff are constantly looking for attrition possibilities. To date, there's nothing new that we haven't already found. And there's also currently no new updates on our health insurance costs. So this year we've had a little bit higher than average claims, so it requires our health insurance premiums to increase next year. So this is just a history of our 7-year average, 2.29. And then someone had asked, we did the math for over 10 years. So the average had been 2.08, historical increases. This one is, Dr. Brummett pulled our DIRG. So the, board budgets for, that the Board of Ed passed in our DIRG, and so the average is 5.67. So again, you can see that it's kind of a higher than average year for a lot of our counterparts, just with the reasons that she mentioned earlier in the presentation. This is where we started. This is where we are today. So Dr. Brummett started before she even handed over to the board. It was 11.1%. That's with all the programs coming to her and saying, this is what we need. So she reduced it down to 7.99. And when the board, that's when we adopted the budget, we made some further reductions, about $400,000, and we were at 7.5, which we transmitted to town council. And then in the town manager proposed budget, the increase is 4%. So that leaves us with a gap of $2.875 million. And then this is just a visual of the items that I mentioned before. So currently there's two sets of columns. We have the board side and the town side. So currently we were at 7.5 and the town is at 4. If we reassign that capital to our operating budget for our bus replacement schedule and the HVAC grant that we were requesting, that would keep ours at 7.5, but bring the town percentage up to 5.34. No tax impact again, because that money is already accounted for in the budget. The next one I talked about was that ordinance change request, so that would lower our ask to 7.02. And then aligning the utilities and contractual increases would again lower our ask another 100,000. And that 6.89% really is a threshold for not having layoffs. So we really do want to try and maintain the current level of staffing and the supports that we have in schools. So that's really kind of our number. On the last row there, just is a visual of our current gap. So the difference between that 6.89% and the 5.34 is 1.55% or $1.277 million.
I spelled ordinance wrong.
Oh, spell check didn't pick it up.
I checked it too.
Okay.
Catch it? Yeah.
You good? All right, you can first. Okay. So yeah, I guess just kind of, the implications of further reduction, so that, that number we had on the last screen is we're already using most of our non-lapsing fund. It's leaving us with that 700,000 that we showed earlier. That really is our backup. That's everything we have for as far as an emergency pops up or, something drastic happens. That's really like the money we have to dip into, which is the purpose of that non-lapsing fund. It's not really to offset budgets. Other potential outcomes, if we don't get that number, is, cuts to essential services or staff. But keep in mind that if we have to pay unemployment, if we lay anybody off. So an estimate is for approximately $100,000, it would require us to lay off 2 full-time employees. If we have reduction in classroom teachers, we could have higher class sizes. We definitely understand that there's significant mental health concerns and support. And if we have a reduction of staff in any part of our school system, then it's gonna impact the students' mental health and the support that they're getting on a daily basis. There is a legal obligation for our special education services. So if we don't have the money there to pay for it, then we're in possible legal trouble. Our district goal is to close the opportunity gap. Definitely those extra supports, the coaches and the people in the classrooms are helping with that. Huge morale issues and then increase to fees. We could up building usage, we could up Chromebook insurance or participation in sports, but their parents in our district are taxpayers as well. So it's kind of a trade-off for them. So that's what we have. So we will accept any questions.
And earlier today, we sent a memo to the town council that was responsive to a few town councilors that had proposed questions. They had asked some details about why certain of our large departments went up or went down, but mostly were concerned about what was going up. So that was responsive to that, but certainly Lou is here to respond to any questions in that regard, or any questions of this presentation. And I want to thank Lou for his assistance with putting all this together as well, and Ms. Parati, of course.
Questions? Is that first? Councilman Jacob.
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe you answered the questions in the memo that you sent, I didn't see it. But, actually, there's 2 questions I have, and I really did try and go through them all, I really did. One thing, but there was one area that just really struck out at me. It was under central direction, code 2320. That looks like it's almost like a 200% increase in some of your line items there. Can you explain it?
Sure, is that security guards, Lou?
No, that would be.
It's under supplies and, other expenses.
He's gonna have to come up. Let me get your chair.
I mean, supplies went up.
Oh, these are back. Here, take mine also.
Well, supplies went from 2,000 to 31,800, and then other expenses went from 4,000 to 30,000.
23 years. Right, 23 years.
In the two big drivers were software cost increases, for the HR system that we run for the whole district. It's called Frontline. That had a significant increase. Plus, there was a number of district-sponsored centralized activities for all around the school district that were done through Dr. Drummond's office that were not budgeted that way in the past. So we had to add that because that's going to be recurring.
These were new initiatives? Or
Some were new, some were continuous, some were because there was no budgets in other places to carry these costs. So this has been added to the central direction budget for $24,000 for that.
So then, but they were then subtracted from another budget?
In prior years, or they just were not of it, there was no funding available to do it in other places. So we'll manage that on a centralized basis for the whole district.
And then this is just an observation. Believe me, I am not advocating for any increases, but I did notice when I was looking over the final program structure, and again, maybe it's because I'm old school. The three areas that got really big cuts were English was 15, you guys cut 15%. Reading, science was cut 12%. Social studies was cut 5%. And I believe math was.
All the big programs were
That's the
impacted.
type of thing, but everything else went up.
Mhm.
So to me, I'm not a parent with anybody in the school, but reading, writing, arithmetic seems to be what most parents might be concerned about, but those are the only four that were really cut.
Three big drivers to that. All of them are offset arrangements. The first one is all the preschool tuition, because those dollars are passed back to the Board of Ed by that MOU from a couple of years ago. And we take that as an offset to our salary cost for preschool teachers in the certified salary area across just the language arts program. So we have 25% of that $3,000 is a credit to the salary cost for each of the four elementary schools in language arts. That recognizes the money that is being passed back to the board from the MOU. So it's like a revenue item. So it pays for the salaries of the preschool teachers. The non-lapsing fund is a second major driver on that. As you saw in the presentation, this year's number is $2.3 million. So over the 5-bid program, that's about $490,000 a program as a offset that has to be budgeted in, because those dollars to pay those bills will come from the non-lapsing fund. And the mechanics are that the money is not transferred into the Board of Ed budget for it. The expenditure is transferred to the non-lapsing fund. So that manages the MBR elements that goes with it. So the only way we can present it when we have to use non-lapsing funds in any budget is that it's a deduction from the budgetary request. The third major item was, I had it right on the tip of my tongue.
Memberships?
No, it wasn't. It was grant offsets. Now, with the expiration of a substantial portion of the ESSER grant this year, there were also other grants that, funding ended for it. And with grants specifically, there are rules as far as what is an eligible expenditure for any one particular grant, like Title I. That's typically for math and reading skills and assisting students to improve in those areas. So when we have a grant offset, we then transfer the expenditure for those staff members from the board operating budget out to the grants. So you have three really big impact items, which create those big negative numbers that are here. And in the notes I was making, and I had to use annotations and acronyms just so I could fit it in, make it appropriate.
But he is reading from the memo that we sent
Yes.
to you earlier today. You
Right.
probably didn't have a chance to see it.
Okay,
So it's just, so only those four, the basic.
those are the five big
skills.
programs have those
But
elements.
they're not, we're not reducing services there. We're
No.
just showing the offsets there.
Right.
Oh.
That makes sense.
And
So
you have-
nothing's being, well, there may have been some reductions, but there's not substantial reductions because we just are leveraging our offsets to lower the ask.
Okay, I was just
Okay.
concerned that maybe those were areas were being cut while
No.
others were being.
Right.
Okay.
There's a total of over $5 million in offsets against our budget here, and those negative numbers have to go someplace. So we typically just put it in the five big programs for, those are the general academic areas where we're always striving to deliver services to the students.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. Would it be, and if the council agrees to this, you may not, that's fine. I didn't know if it would be efficient, just to run through the line items on the spreadsheet that you responded back to us with.
Sure.
So some of the acronyms I could decipher and some I
Mhm.
wasn't there on.
Okay.
And it was last minute. Would that be more efficient? And
No, I'll be more than happy to do that.
And then if we have questions, and we can stop and ask you to.
Yep.
At least for me, dumb it down for
Okay.
me, so.
On the summary page, I gave you one that had a big blank over for the comments, so you can make your own notes, program by program as you're going through.
So, like I have, page 3 where, well, my page 3, where it's showing 1002 art.
Right.
The ask is 52,398, and then there's NTA, Newington Teachers, CI, which is contracted. Increase equals okay. If we could maybe, is that all right?
Sure,
Just run
right.
through all of them?
Correct, right. So there's 6 pages here. One is salaries only. And that's a 2-pager because there's more programs than present on one page. Then we have non-salary items, which is also page 3 and 4. And page 5 and 6 being the aggregate of salary plus the non-salary costs. So you see the whole picture. And all these numbers reconcile back to what was presented here today. So I'll start with the salary part of this. It'll be art department. On the first line in the budget for this year, it's 814,667.
Yep, so.
And the request is 867,065.
Yep.
So the increase is 52,000. That's there. And when I use the annotation, NTA contract increases equals okay. That means that all of the elements that are in there for somebody's salary advancement, somebody's additional work that they take on, an improvement in longevity based on the contract, a retirement increment, that are all contract provisions for the staff members. So any dollars that changed hands here were all within the context of what the agreement was for the salary contract for the teachers. So it would have been impossible in one day for me to do that type of detail. And it would not have been conclusive as far as being able to prove anything, because there's, especially the last couple of years, the turnover in the summers has been very high. You're replacing people, moving them around where credentials fit. Last summer specifically was the first year in the 30 years I've been here where there was no breakage because everybody was hired over the estimated cost for that job because they were just not qualified candidates.
And breakage referring to.
Yeah, the savings when top of scale person steps out and you can replace them further down the scale. So that was not an opportunity for us in the summer. So I was trying to, that was my original intent. I was going to try to do that and it was, I couldn't get there. So in going through the programs, the first 3 that you have here are workforce development, ed tech. All those dollars, the 52,000, the 33,000 and 36,000, all contract elements for MTA staff. Everything was within those parameters. There was no changes, no $60,000 person stepping out and $100,000 person stepping in or anything like that. So I just repeated that same methodology. Certainly, if there's, significant questions, I'm more than happy to develop a deeper side-by-side analysis that's necessary, but just for the purposes of assuring everybody that the dollars that are presented here match the contractual responsibilities we have. And one of the things that is not presented on this, but there's essentially just a modest 1.4 FTE staffing change from current budget to next year at this point because of all the different things that are occurring. So you don't have plus 15 staff members or minus 15. It's really trying to maintain the status quo. So there's not a lot of wiggle room to create big variances here. I mean, the driver is 4% salary settlements, which has not been the case in a long, long time. We're coming off 10 years of 2% to 2.5% and having to bump a 4% on top of that. And that being sustained in the out years on the teacher's contract does not allow anybody to, walk away from that responsibility. It's, we have $35 million as NTA salary cost, and 4% on that is $1,100,000 roughly. So that gives you just an idea of the magnitude of all these items. Okay. So then going down, the next item down is, and Mrs. Draco was talking about the English language arts program is such a large negative number, and you can see that we have an additional $168,000 of preschool tuition that's being used as the offset. Our current budget was $131,000 and change, and next year, because of the subscription and enrollment and the price schedule for next year, we're estimating we'll get $300,000 in offsets. Yeah, we had one staff member leave that wasn't replaced, that was one of the coaches that was through the grants. So that was a $80,179 reduction permanently in the budget. We had an extra $186,388 of reliance on the non-lapsing fund in this program for the budget. And then GO is grant offsets. So we had an extra $165,000 of offsets here. So the staff members in this program were eligible for different grants. So their costs got pulled out of the language arts program, and they're residing on one of the other grants now. So those four big items yielded all that $600,000 credit that was there. And the general contract compliance for step scale advancement and other elements by the NTA contract were all okay. There was nothing, and that's a tremendous number compared to these others.
Councilor Page, if I may.
Yep. Yeah, don't ask me. I'm not.
I don't know who's your time.
No.
And just a quick question. So with regards to the utilization of non-lapsing funds, so obviously the proposal that we discussed tonight in your presentation would not utilize non-lapsing funds in this year's request.
It's the current, 23-24 request is we're not relying on non-lapsing funds, but next year's budget, the one we're talking about.
So then in that case, these instances where it does list the non-lapsing fund, that would be to suggest that without those funds, so for example, on this line item that we're on now, 186,388, is there another offset then built in elsewhere in the budget to?
Yes, that's a differential from last year to this year.
Oh, that's the
Right.
differentials.
I had to go from the starting budget because the numbers we have here had all the non-lapsing money built into it. So you could see the growth. The number would be even bigger if I just turned it back to zero. So that's what makes it so confusing.
This is great.
Yeah, one thing.
Thank you for that clarification.
So,
Appreciate that.
okay, you obviously can just, if you'd like, I can continue down this salary.
I appreciate it, if that's all right with everyone else.
Okay.
Here. Yep.
Okay, all right, next one is World Language Program. One of the grants that was just won on a competitive basis this year was for the mental health grant. The staff member who was the driving force behind that grant within our staff was a world language teacher, has since for this year now been transferred to the counseling department. And so the credit for that person's salary is here is that this person's now being paid for out of the grant, working out of our counseling department. And we only needed to hire a early step person to replace her within the world language department. Okay. And then there was another, replacement, that was part of that as well. And then the red general contract, administration was okay. Okay. The math program is similar to what was done in language arts. You do not have the tuition elements that are there. But you do have a, amount in the grant offsets because of the changes in what's allowable under different grants. And the non-lapsing fund amount is a bit different than language arts at 113,000. And I have to say contract compliance for all the NTA was okay in every program. There was not one where I found a defect in the budgetary information we have. So I'll just skip over down to the reading program. You know, again, we have 113,605 additional reliance on the non-lapsing fund. That's here. As I look at it again, I believe I missed a bit on these two, one program here, because we now have more people being charged into reading this year because they came back from the grant instead of being charged out to the grant. We had a couple of reading specialists and reading consultants who were able to be charged out to the ESSER grants and open choice, which are now back in our operating budget here. Science is, I might have missed something there, 412. We have 113 in the non-lapsing fund reduction. Cameron, I'll have to ask for a pass on this and get back to you.
300K.
Yeah, all right, what I missed something, so
All right.
I will,
That's
I'll make good
science.
on that,
Okay.
yes. STEM is, again, the subset of science for the science, technology, engineering, and math. That had $128,000 of change. And that was, again, a person being charged out to the ESSER grant, coming back to the operating budget. That was our consultant for STEM coaching. Okay. Then we had social studies. 170,000 difference. It was the NLF, non-lapsing fund, extra money that we needed to charge off or use as an offset there. And the contract administration was okay on that particular one. Okay. Other salaries is easier. This is more definitive. You know, each year when we build the budget and it's adopted in April, we do not have complete information about degree change statuses and retirement increments for staff members. They have until October 1st to declare either of those two conditions or extra compensation for next year. So it's necessary for us to set aside funds to address those two needs during the year. And it's in the range of 175,000 a year between the two of them. And we zero it out. It gets transferred out as part of our salary reallocation in December. It's a zero-based transaction in the budget. It just places the dollars in the correct program account for the people who are receiving these improvements. And we have to replenish it in the succeeding year. And that's always done through other salaries because we don't have the complete information to build the budget judgments at this time of year. Excuse me. Special ed's another one with big significant changes. Okay. The NTA contract administration was okay, but I put the dollar amount, that was $300,527 of cost increase associated with the NTA contract just for that department. It's the largest staffing department in the district. So I wanted to include that just to give it a little more context that's here. In the evolution of the support staff in special ed, years ago it was just special ed tutors. Now there are 4 different varieties of support people that are there. You have a basic paraprofessional who assist either on a classroom by classroom basis where 4 or 5 kids may be working with this person. You may have individuals who are on what they call special assignment where they shadow any one particular student because of both behavioral and academic needs. Then you have RBTs, which are the next level up, which is called the registered behavioral technician, to really deal with the more complex and difficult behavioral cases. They're here. And then they have, the fourth level, which is called the BCBA, which is a board certified behavioral analyst that coordinate all the work of all these support staff people and make sure they're in compliance with all the special ed regulations around the state. So we've been, in very difficult situation the last couple of years. So we don't have competitive wage scale, or competitive compensation package because we don't have benefits for these staff members, where every surrounding community has those benefits. So we're competing against that. Our pay scale is okay, but the second somebody can jump to a job with benefits, they typically jump to a job with benefits. So we have very poor retention. And as a result, there's a lot of positions vacant each and every day.
Yeah, thanks. Have you done even the rough math on what the difference would be between the increased cost for those benefits to remain competitive or to begin to be competitive with contiguous towns, and the offset that we would realize would be a decrease projected in contracted rates to hire and compensate for our deficiencies relative to competition?
If we just take the medical insurance plan that's in place right now for both the town and the board through Anthem, single coverage is about $11,000 per year. And we have potentially 200 employees of this group. So you have $2.2 million of cost increase associated with providing those benefits. Now, not everybody will take them, but you'll also get family coverage requirements compared to just single. So we have a huge step from zero to something else because there really is nowhere in the middle. And it's, very challenging to try to retain people when we don't offer any true retainage incentives. We do have year-end bonus arrangement where if you work a certain number of hours throughout the year, you will get a bonus check at the end for hanging in there. But that's as far as our
Pay time off.
sick
days.
Yeah, some sick days.
So given that 2.2 million, what would the reduction be off of that number, given what we're expending for contracted and other services in our current situation?
For what we spent out of pocket,
Yeah, in other
probably
words,
about $500,000.
so the net to the town would be about 1.6.
Correct. And just the benefit of stable staffing, that would be there every day is one of those. You can't really directly measure, you see it in the results.
Sure.
But a lot of vacancies every day and a lot of, short-term, how do we cover today's issues that's happening that,
Okay,
it was not the way it was years ago.
thank you.
Okay. All right, and then, so continuing on in special ed, in order to keep just the pay rate side competitive for RBTs, $145,000. In the para area, $361,000. We needed to put more money into the extended school year program, which is summer school, because of additional state mandates in that area. And then for the other full-time non-contract staff that are in here, it would be $40,000 of additional compensation. That would include your certified occupational therapy assistants, some of the, who else is in there?
Language assistants, speech language assistants, or
This is in special ed. I think who else is in that group? There are a couple other folks that have, are just like ad hoc, coming when they're needed. And we're not competitive in those rates as well. So I can look into that one further as well. I just thought I had all these memorized. Yeah, okay. All right, any other question on special ed, just because of the magnitude of this one? Okay. Home mountain tutoring is just contractual increase, that went up $5 an hour from $55 to $60 an hour to do that work. So that's the impact there. The continuing adult ed is night school. Went up about $10,000 because of the need to offer 2 additional EL classes, just because of the influx of multilingual families and students, over the last couple of years. You saw that in the statistics that were given about the Welcome Center at the high school. School counseling, we did have contract change, extended their work year by a few days during the summertime, just because of the prevalence of work and the coordination efforts that were needed to give the entire student population a good start, you know, specifically at the high school. And then the contract administration was fine. Nurses, their increase was all based through their contractual arrangement, plus a modest increase in their summer school coverage. Psych as $100,000 increase is the all under contract. Same thing with speech and hearing. All this is contract driven. The EL English learners are the that's the new bilingual tutor. The contract increase, as well as the transfer in of one other person through the grant. We're coming back to the operating budget from the grant. Curriculum development is several staff members crossing the ASME union and our administrative technical group, which is the non-union group that shared with the town. That's all based on the basic contract parameters. Media library is all teacher-driven contract increases. The Board of Ed account $200. That's for the board clerk for taking the meeting minutes. Central direction is a combination of the ASME union and AT union for the 60,000 is the contract compliance or contract increases that are here. So there's nothing extraordinary there. The building direction is a combination of several different things. The cafeteria aides for staffing was increased. So to maintain that staffing level, be $40,912 to do that. With the expiration of the ESSER grant, all the security guards come back to the operating budget, so that's $218,727. Our hallway monitors and security monitors, the budget was not enough, and that needs to go up $143,000 to sustain staffing. That's there. And then the AFSCME, AT, and NASA groups were all within contract administration, contract increase parameters that are there. General supplies is our central warehousing and support department. That is just the salary increase for the individual who runs that, who's in the AT group. The maintenance program, 15,000, that's all AFSCME contract increase.
Sorry, if I might.
Yes.
If you could just repeat, you said it, but I was reading something else. Monitors, you know.
Yeah, they're the bathroom monitors and hallway monitors.
What they are, but what was the purpose for those in 43?
It was under budgeted and we had to, you know, realign that.
Thank you.
Okay, plant operations, increase of $100,000. That's all AFSCME contract increases. Transportation is a combination of the AFSCME contract increases for the union driving staff, and then with some of the others new rides that are being offered for the preschool arrangements, the Nor'easters Academy for the alternate program, and extra late runs. There's extra non-union driver cost just for hours on the road. So that covers what that is. Then we have the non-athletics, which are really teacher stipends for all clubs and activities for the district, $4,700. Athletics has a $42,000 increase. That's about half, excuse me, a little less than half. That is the coaching stipends. We also had to increase an extra $20,000 for the athletic trainer because there's a statewide shortage of that. I don't know if you've seen any of the legislation that's being considered right now for those positions, and event coverage with security officers for some athletic events, just to maintain the decorum. And then in community service, the $1,500 is just the pay rate differential for overtime when custodians work on events for the benefit of clients who rent our buildings. Ready for page 2? Which is all the other stuff? Okay, I'll be quick. Okay, I just responded to what I thought were the big ones or something that would have more meaningful impact here. So the first thing I picked up was an ed tech. We had $10,000 of additional costs for equipment repair. And, okay, and need to give everybody a minute to catch up.
Salary, non-salary, yep.
Non-salary accounts. First item is 41,625 at the top, and then 48,418 for the request.
Got it. Just a minute.
That's similar.
No, so.
How much do this sheet?
That's why I numbered mine, so I could.
Oh, it's third. I'm back, okay, sorry. Sorry, I got that.
Yeah, it's just like one thing. Right, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so starting over, ed tech, $10,000 more for technology equipment repairs and $99,000 for software license increases, which spans over 40 different software titles and management softwares that are used around the district.
Did we miss, I'm sorry, did we miss art for non?
I didn't, that was just all supplies and paint. So I let the little items go here.
Okay.
Just because there was nothing really discernible, it was just consumables for the program.
And that was for all of those that you omitted?
I'm sorry?
That was for all of those that you omitted? Just
Yes, right. I mean, I certainly can go back and dig deeper if there's,
No,
inquiries,
I
but
just want to make sure I'm with you, that's all.
okay. If there's figuring I was gonna wear everybody out.
No, you're good. No, we asked, so we deserve it. Yeah.
Okay, all right, then the next one I responded to was the reading program. There was, the large item was I saw 2 software packages called Lexia and Rethink Ed, which were almost 42,000. I'll defer to Dr. Roman because I don't personally know what those software packages do. For this one.
Lexia is a reading platform and Rethink Ed is a social emotional learning platform.
Okay.
If I might, thank you, Mayor. Just a brief question back up to education technology. So equipment repairs, does that represent outstanding repair costs for current technology that we have, or is that a contingency for eventual repairs of some kind?
Well, this will be repairs that we know will happen, but we can't tell you what it's gonna be. Just like over the weekend, we had some server fallout issues that we had to address.
Understood. So
And
this is for future.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next large area is in special ed. And there's, again, 4 large components to this. We have the professional consultants and therapists that we deal with for the benefit of all our kids. That's about $12,000 increase. We've had some major cost increases in the hearing impaired area over the last few years. And our budget was a little behind, so to get the budget up to the right level for the current number of hearing impaired kids would require adding 114,000. The out of district tuition forecast for next year is an increase of $463,000 net of the excess cost grant that we get back. And then we have our open choice tutors contract support, which has been a very high number and growing the last 3 years, where we need to fund this up $821,000 to fully fund it. And this is part of the reason where we bottle up, we have $1.3 million coming back to the town this year as the special ed return money from the excess cost program, but that's not going to our operating budget to offset these costs. It's going to right now to the Board of Ed CIP account. So we're spending it here without necessarily the adequate appropriations, and the revenues are coming in going somewhere else.
That's the open choice special ed reimbursement, not excess cost.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't misspeak.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around, and maybe again, you've said this because I know some of these numbers, it seems at times, are monies that are coming from other parts of the budget and that I don't always fully understand. But are these real increases?
Yes.
real increases, separate from any other magic that we do with moving money.
I wish I had magic.
Right, I'm just trying to wrap my head around, and I get it, I understand completely the reality of special education increases, so that's not lost on me.
Mhm.
But the tuition increase of 463,067 relative to the base number from 23-24, and then the increase of 821,722 of tutors and contracts, I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around those increases, how do those folks how is that being justified? I don't mean, how are you justifying it? Because you're being asked to pay the bill,
Right.
but where's that coming from?
The same issues we have, all the supply chain issues, staffing shortages for all these positions. If we can't find paraprofessionals, they can't find paraprofessionals, or it's ratcheting up the whole cost structure of the operations that in order for them to recruit and retain people to run an outplacement facility, their costs are even higher than ours are at this point.
So
So,
those would be specialized programs, either at psychiatric facilities or
Yes.
Right.
standalone
Mhm.
behavioral support
Yes.
programs.
right,
Institute of Living, Wheeler Clinic in Plainville.
Folks in Manchester.
Yeah, Manchester Regional Academy, they're all skyrocketing and they're paying higher rates for teachers and support staff.
Gotcha. Great. Okay, thank you.
it
Yes,
is.
very, very
extremely
astronomical
high,
this year,
yeah.
astronomical.
We had a chart too that you displayed once, in a Board of Ed meeting, we could probably send out. It was a list of, hourly rates for contractual services.
Yes.
Right,
Right.
so it doubled
Mhm.
Yeah,
from last year, so we can send
we
that.
can, yes, that's a very good point, thank you, Ms. Parati.
Okay, so of the items mentioned here, the out of district tuition, I said $463,000 net. And that is where the state's excess cost special ed grant comes in. It's the only grant they pay, which is on a current year basis. All the other grants are based on results from last year that drive a formula for this year. But this is there to protect the districts and the communities from the really significant volatile costs in this area. So for this year, we're anticipating getting somewhere around $1.4 million in total excess cost grant dollars in against our costs. So we'll be somewhere around $5 million net in total costs. Next year, I'm up over $1 million in gross, with about $500,000 more on the excess cost estimate for next year. So I'm net 500 higher expense, but the gross cost line is accelerating far faster than the net costs are. The way the excess cost grant is managed on a statewide level, there's a pool of money that is set aside for it. And it's $200 million, I think, somewhere in that area.
Yes,
And then every district puts in claims against that.
And that comes from where, that money?
That money comes from the state,
state,
from NED.
Because we have, and we talk about this all the time, unfunded state mandates.
Right,
yes,
But special education laws are also federally driven.
right.
So do we have federal dollars coming in to
No,
help us with
none of
this?
this.
no, that comes from the IDEA.
Said the naive councilman?
Right.
There is federal dollars that come in, but they're a drop in the bucket, so IDEA grant is about $700,000.
Yeah, per year.
So that's the federal government's contribution to, $8 million price tag or
I know, a lot of money.
a lot more, yes, it makes up a good chunk. The federal government does not pay what they had promised to pay for special ed, nor does the state, because the state doesn't fully reimburse excess costs either. We're at the highest rate of reimbursement, which is about 76%.
There.
For excess costs? That's going down. They're already over about 5% of the pool.
Right, this year,
So
it's not in good shape either, but
68% is like what's gonna.
we think
it's
we're gonna
come in.
net, but luckily, you kind of budgeted that way, but yeah, so there's a lot of moving parts that monies that we really should be getting back from different resources just don't come. They cut it.
Correct,
It made too much sense for them to pay.
Right.
Suggested they would.
right. And
That's-
then just going back to the last big item, the 821,000, which is substantially driven by the open choice support arrangement. That is different than the special ed excess cost grant, because we sent them a estimated invoice for the year of $1,291,000, or something close to that. And we will get a check for that sometime in the month of June. And by the terminology in the ordinance, those dollars go to the Board of Ed CIP fund as a tuition revenue. So all the expenditure has to be absorbed on within the Board of Ed operating budget, but the $1.3 million does not pay that back and netted that into the cost of our operating budget. It goes to the Board of Ed CIP fund, which serves its own purpose, but the gap is getting so big where it's putting a lot of stress on the budget because, how do we cover these gaps every year where the cost keeps accelerating much faster than budget increases are, and it just gets wider and wider every year. So, and that's one of the reasons why the request came for can we address doing something different with that $1.3 million?
Yeah.
Because we don't have the cap on the fund to even accept it in that fashion. And it also doesn't really help us pay the bills of the operation. So that's a double concern. Okay. All right. And then in the next one I have down here is the psych services. We do have a provision in for part-time contracted psychologists, just because of caseload issues that we have all around the district. And, 50,000 for that. So
These
these
have
are,
to cover the legally required check on the IEP driven.
yeah.
And assessments, assessments required to, as part of that process.
Thanks.
If I could just ask to, following up on that same question, so if it's just meeting that requirement, are our needs far exceeding that requirement, though, meeting those assessments and so on? It's such that a part-time position maybe is helpful to fulfilling the requirement, but not necessarily
Right.
to actually tending to the load.
That is true. We ideally would have wanted a full-time person, and that was on my list of things that didn't make it to the budget. So we're going to do two things. One, get part-time help and maybe reassign a psychologist from one school to another to help with the load. So we're doing a lot of different creative things to avoid adding more pieces to the budget. But yeah, these are like getting us to that bare minimum of compliance.
Okay, the next one I've identified is curriculum development. And these are all software-driven costs for the specific programs that they use. CT SEDS is the new statewide special ed IEP system. So there's a small charge that goes with it. Power School is our student information system. It is student registration and two other things I can't think of right now. There's 4 related apps that are part of that. So that's up $8,500. And I personally am not familiar with Edgenuity, so.
That is a platform we use for credit recovery, and it also allows us to use it for reteaching. So it's a very useful platform.
Okay. Okay. Next one is central direction. This is what we started out with when I spoke of the district activities coordinated by the superintendent's office now that weren't in the past. Software license costs for the frontline system that we have, and supplies and memberships that are here. Building direction account has a combination of smaller items, although decent amount in supplies. We were in a position last year where we were able to essentially stockpile materials for the benefit of the buildings for general supplies firm. This year, we have to basically replenish that. So it's just the ebbs and flows of when funds are available to handle that. Contract services and building direction, about $2,500 of that was in copier program costs that we have. Okay. In the maintenance area, which is the last item on the first of these 2 pages, 3 key items. First one is in our facility repair account. It's up 211,000, is 28%. That was what we had tracked out for all contracting repairs from the prior year, as far as how expensive utilizing contractors and material costs are to do work for us. So that was our biggest impact item here. Our contract services are trending at 11% up, and these are all the companies that come in, like manage the fire alarm system, manage plumbing or the backflow. How many? Probably have 20 of these guys floating around the district, sprinkler systems. Anything.
And
I just-
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I just try to visualize
Yeah,
the
yeah,
list and I can't.
Go through all the nooks and crannies. Can you just again say a little bit more about how do repairs go up 28%? You said somebody referenced last year.
That's what our tracking was. We had done a milestone chart of key different areas from 3-4 years ago to just see the escalation of costs in these areas. It was staggering, everywhere, it's routine to pay $150 an hour for a skilled technician for like HVAC control work. Any sort of computer support costs that are there. So it's nothing is, inexpensive these days.
No, I get it. And again, maybe I'm just so dense on this, but I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
I understand that it's up, but are you saying between this fiscal year and next fiscal year, the real cost will increase 28%, or we're playing catch up from previous?
We're playing,
budgets?
part of it is playing catch up because we couldn't get those increases in past years.
So you beg, borrow, stole that from other line items?
Right, so we're moving month by month into more of just strictly a break fix environment. We can't stay ahead and do enough reinvestment in the facility with the budget resources we have. So when it breaks, call in the emergency troops to go fix it, and we kind of get into that kind of mode. So it loses a bit of the long-term benefits we've been able to invest over the years.
So this isn't just increases due to inflation, it's also taking a more proactive maintenance. of
Trying to
our
get back to where we were.
Facilities, okay.
Mhm. Right. And then the supplies for the maintenance area was reasonable. We did not see the same kind of inflation in that area as in the prior years. Okay. Turning the page, first one is plant operations, which are custodial items. Combination of a variety of different things that we have here. We had general building services, which are the rubbish removal, custodial uniforms, telephone service for the building, up $7,000. Our estimate for water will be up $6,600. Custodial supplies have been much more expensive, so we're looking at $35,000 there. And our electrical bill, we do have one portion that's fixed and one that's not quite settled yet in the tariffs. We utilize the supply generation company, so we're not paying the standard rate for Eversource. Our prior contract expired in December at 7.5%. Our replacement contract is 11.1%. So I had half a year in this year where we had to absorb that cost, and I have to absorb the other half of the costs from July to December of next year.
And that's for your electrical cost?
Yes.
Now, again, I just use my little house. I pay an X number of pennies per kilowatt hour, and they don't seem to go up that much. I know every so often, everybody fights with DPUC to make sure they don't go up. Sometimes they do go up. Are you saying, is it the equivalent translate for me in my simple little house? Are we saying that the amount we pay per kilowatt hours gone up that much, or am I missing something?
Well, the business rates are completely different than the
Yeah, that's why I
residential.
said that.
And the residential ones get the highlights when Eversource goes in with a 25% tariff increase. Of our electrical pool, we consume about 5 million kilowatt hours per year. And your home might be about 1,000 per year. 1,000 per month, I'm sorry, on that. So 3.5 cents times 5 million kilowatt hours is a big number in the end. So although with the solar, we're about 75% Eversource, 25% solar. So it's not quite as extreme as that. But I have the other half of that contract increase where the market was not offering better deals than that back in November. And when we signed up for our renewal, and those are the realities of, it'll cost another $63,000 next year to pay the other half of the bill that started in December of this year. or last December. Okay, the other part is the estimated side of the business class tariffs with Eversource, and they have $35,000 there to do that. So that's essentially like the equivalent of a 1 cent increase on the bill over a $3.5 million pool of consumption. So it's not a big number individually, but it turns out to be a pretty big number.
I understand. Okay,
Right.
thanks.
And then we had, $30,000, in CNG, which is, probably we're best situated in right now. We had a very mild winter, which is great. We don't have to pay the penalty fees for the fuel purchase surcharges when CNG doesn't have enough capacity here, and they're paying twice the going rate to pick up the extra natural gas. And that's just something we're looking at closely for possible adjustment for next year's, or for, as this budget continues to evolve. Okay. Moving on to transportation for the next one. Small increase in vehicle repairs, $7,500 of parts for our 2 mechanics to use in-house, and additional contract transportations for special ed outplacements. They're going around the state. Then down to insurance. Right now, we don't have firm numbers from Kerma other than guidance. We have a combination of the retro program that we use here in Newington. The numbers are okay, but we do have to be mindful of property coverage. Auto are the areas where, there is rate risk in it, along with cybersecurity for next year. The next big one is the employee benefits area. It's no secret the board didn't have a great year on their side of the benefit of the health insurance program. So that translates into another $1,391,000, where it was rated at a 15% increase by Lockton and Anthem. So that's our pool was 12 million this year, and it's like 13.5 for next year on their estimates. And that will still be subject to revision over the next 6 weeks.
So just to clarify, that number, the 1.3 or 4 million comes from the actuaries
Yes.
at the company who
Right.
say.
It's not our estimate. It's theirs.
Right, thank you. I just wanted.
Adopt it,
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Okay, pension, there's 3 components to this. You have the 2 defined benefit programs, the 2930 program for AFSCME. You have the AT program for the non-affiliated people. And then you have the replacement plan, which was the ICMA defined contribution plan. So all 3 of those plans need to be funded through this because of where we are in the maturity of the 2 defined benefit plans. They've been closed to new hires for 15 years, if not longer. So you're losing people who are in the plan, paying into the plan, and that financial burden shifts to the employer until the whole plan attritions out. It's fine strategy. It's great long-term placement for the town to be in. It just costs a few bucks to get there, is what it is. Also in this area, we have roughly $100,000 for statutory tax increases for FICA and Medicare. We do have the what they call the part-time seasonal and temporary employee program, where we can opt them out of Social Security. But we have more and more people, they're saying, I'll only come to work for you if I stay in Social Security. So we do, if they're trying to earn their waters, we'll let them do that. So we're not getting quite the benefit as in prior years. It's still good, but it's not, again, it's part of having the non-competitive benefit arrangement. And the last thing is part of $30,000 for new term life costs. That was a provision in the teacher contract that went going into effect for next year, where they go from $10,000 of paid term life insurance to $50,000 per staff member. So that's drives at $30,000. And then last but not least is the $12,000 in the community services area. Over the last 2 years, our high school has really developed a streaming arrangement for themselves, where they go out and do a number of events, sports. They were at the production of Mamma Mia a week and a half ago, and all these will appear on local TV access, as well as what they do just for, internal purposes for the Board of Ed. So these are, students who do get paid a minimum stipend to do this work, so that $12,000 pays for all the help to do that work during the course of the year.
Just had one other question there, and I think it was Councilor Draco who brought up a good question of, item 2310 under non-salary. Can you just say more about what, I know it's not it looks like there's a little decrease maybe in non-salary, but with that 301,160 on item 20, can you just say more about that? What is that?
Okay, the two big drivers there are the SRO costs,
Yeah.
so we pay for the officer for that. And we have a significant legal fee, provision that's in there, as well as, several memberships for, the Board of Ed. You know, there's the CAVE and, CREC, ones there, plus there's a couple other smaller ones that we, subscribe to for the district.
So that, then wouldn't it?
Is that CAVE? Oh, that's right.
Cave's gone.
Okay, so if it's SRO,
Yes.
wouldn't that be salary or?
Yes, well, it's contract services. The officers on the PD's payroll, not ours. So it's contract service for us, it's payroll expense.
Reimburse them, right?
Oh, I
Yes.
got you. And then the legal fees, are you saying that's the entire nut for Shipman and Goodwin on your legal side?
Almost all of it, other than some special ed. You know, this is for, labor negotiations, resolution of disputes, any other litigation that's brought to the,
Okay,
Board of Ed for whatever reason.
okay. So I just wasn't used to that, and that's why I liked your question.
Yes.
Is we would separate out those lines for some of those things
Right,
in
so-
a different way, and it just was confusing.
So between those three, that's at least 250,000 of the $300,000. Okay, I gotta think what the other ones are, but those are the big hitters in that area.
All right, thank you. I think that's all I have for now. It's more than enough for me.
Good job. Thank you, Lou.
Only a couple things are
Dr.
common.
Mankey.
Yeah, you said it was
There
funny.
you go.
I saw someplace where you transfer people from the grant, the ESSER grant to permanent full-time employees paid for out of the operating budget.
Yes.
Can you just give me a breakdown, not you have to say, but just give me a breakdown if you just email it to us, of how many new, those are really new positions for the operating budget because they were paid for a grant.
Yes.
How many new positions, and we have those plus, I think there was one you added for financial literacy, I believe, right?
Yeah, you want to find like what the cost is
Yeah.
of adding those folks back into the board budget? Okay. I know I listed
Because I
them.
know the ESSER ones were just supposed to be part-time, to get us over the COVID, but as we all know, that we're still getting over the COVID issue. And so.
We are, okay, so a list of all the folks being retained in the budget now as board employees versus a grant. Well, they're
Right.
always board employees, but.
Right, yeah, I got it, but they were paid for by a separate fund.
Correct.
They get paid for by this
Okay.
budget, which affects this budget. And the other question, on one of the slides, I think went towards the end, you had a list of all the towns that were asking for, what they were asking for.
Yes, there it is.
And this is what they're asking for, not what they got approved by the dreaded town council. of those towns.
That is correct. No one has settled contracts yet with the town council. It's all what the Board of Education has passed. So yes, these aren't necessarily
Town
final.
council of Colchester hasn't settled on this yet, but.
They have not. No one has, to my knowledge, as of when I collected this data from my colleagues. So I think
I'm
it's.
sure they're doing the same thing we're doing. They're
We're all going through the same process. Everyone's on a slightly different timeline, but no, these are strictly board, board recommended budgets.
Councilor Majeda.
Yeah, this is maybe a question both for Lou and maybe for you and Jamie. I know in the past, when I first started, things, let's say, such as supplies, there was a coordinated, purchasing with the town and the Board of Education.
Correct.
Had a
I
separate.
believe that's still in place, where, town departments are basically just like teachers, and they'll put in their requests to our central supply area, and they'll get their orders filled, you know, off what our typical supply list is. We won't buy customized things necessarily, but if they need pencils, pens, staplers, you know, basic office supply stuff, we'll supply those for everybody.
So for, but even like, janitorial supplies, bathroom supplies, cleaning, whatever, is there, central contracting? And even, in terms of repair, using the same vendor for electricity or the vendor for plumbing or.
Oh, yes,
or
yeah,
whatever.
right.
You guys work together?
On selective things, we have done it in the past. We did that several times for asbestos abatement projects. The town doesn't have the same requirements as a school does for the regulations around an abatement project. They would do things occasionally, but they're not under the requirement to act as a school district would have to deal with something that was perceived as a hazard that was there. And we're working around the student occupancy where we can't really do things with kids in school unless we go through significant protective measures for students. We have had for a number of years where we use the same industrial hygienist as a consultant. I'm not sure if the town's still doing it that way or not. I know we're still using the same person that Jeff Barron and myself did a RFP arrangement, 12, 13 years ago, whatever it was. So, we have gotten the benefits of, being able to share some of those capabilities with everybody. By and large, I know on the board side, we've run about 10 different contracts that are on multi-year cycles, 2-3 years, which cover general carpentry work, abatement, electrical, plumbing, as far as the general plumbing requirements. Then we have 2 different HVACs, one for boiler systems, one for, forced air systems like air conditioning systems. We have, who else is there? There's more to it than that. There's more. I'll remember in a minute. But with those that we have in place, those vendors, win the contract, they have arrangements with when they bid, they are pricing future years. So we've been able to get the benefit of those locking on future year pricing when this highly cost escalating times. I can't say we have a lot of shared work where the town's drawing on our contract or we're drawing on any of theirs. I am not, I don't want to say I lost touch with that, but it hasn't seemed to be really a big deal since town hall was built. A lot of the problems went away.
Thank you.
As in the past, so I don't always know what's happening over the highway garage or somewhere else in town.
Thanks.
Council Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I will exercise restraint in asking about these couple $1,000 line items because I know if I did, Council Pacheco may kill me.
I said I was just gonna strangle you.
Strangling, that's not.
You'll live to tell about it.
Join y'all ask. 2 questions that I had, and thank you for all this information. It's very exhaustive.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate it. How much of the allocated ESSER funds to the district are unobligated as of right now? What is our current unobligated balance?
Well, unspent versus unobligated are 2 different things.
I was going to ask about it.
Unobligated is 0 for this year. It's fully committed to different payments, all for staff members. Next year, 400,000 is left. That'll be for paying the bill for the ESS program partially for the year. And the reason it's set up in that fashion is because the grant closes sometime in September of this year, and we'll be able to pay that off sometime in the summer for the ESS costs. As of right now, I'm aware we probably are around $1 million of where we have not been paid by the state yet, because we can't submit the claim for that money until we actually spend the money ourselves. So, we can't just take it in advance and say we'll get back to them.
Right.
No,
So if you go on the website, it shows a balance of over $1 million, but
Yes.
we've got a plan for it.
Mhm.
So it's about a drawdown methodology, but yeah, you might, if you were to go on there now, I think it's about 1.1 million in EGMS.
And then the other question I had is around contract increases. What were the previous year's contract increases? You said you're operating off of a 4% assumption of increase. What were the previous years for AFSCME, nurses, CNIA, AT?
teachers union was 2.49. The NASA, which is the administrators, I want to say it was like about 1.95 on theirs. Nurses were 3%. These not certified non-instructional administrators were about 3%. And I'm missing one. Who did I forget?
AT.
ATs, that would be town. That was typically a range they would give. Year by year, it's different. Some years it's a range, some years it's a specific amount. I don't remember. I believe it was 3% that was put in for them. Might have been 2.5% last year. But with every other, the new contract settlements being in the neighborhood of 4, there's a lot of precedent where 4 will be the next settlement for coming up for the ones that'll settle this summer for immediately going into effect.
And you say other settlements, that's other settlements in other districts.
Right, so like the ones that ASME is starting negotiations now, where their contract expires this June 30th. That will end up being a retro settlement whenever it actually makes it to the finish line, which could be 6 months to a year from now. But the financial commitment that goes with that would be, something that we have to address in this year's budget.
Thank you.
Counselor Mackey?
Just to piggyback on Councilor Draco's comment, I can't do it for this budget cycle, but I think it would behoove us to have the town side and the board side look at vendors of a plumber, using the same plumber, because I think even though you may have separate requirements, we could get that same plumber that do our side of the work, and we would. I assume we would get a better rate if we had a bigger scope of work, and if we used at least the same vendors, we aren't combining anything other than just having the same list of vendors.
Right.
I think that would make it,
Yeah, certainly more than
certainly
happy
be
to
some
try to put that together.
some cost savings there. I think that's something both sides should work on. I think it would
Right.
make sense to have the same on-call plumber and have somebody who can handle this. So you call them, we call them.
Right.
We don't, I'll get to you later, or,
Mhm.
obviously if you have a clogged toilet, you need to get it fixed today. But we
Right.
would just bid on people who could handle that scope.
Right.
And I think that would make sense to have just, and then you would probably get a better rate because they would know they would get to work just from you, but they could work from us and now we get work from us.
Sure.
From you. It would make sense. I
That's
think it's something to look into. It doesn't do us any good in this budget, but in the future, I think it makes sense.
Counselor Page?
Can I just clarify, and again, I always ask for your patience on this because you know this so well, but I don't. When we talk about salary increases and projections, and we say 4%, for example, it's the number you used in the context of a multi-million-dollar budget. Do we know definitively moving forward 4%, or are we saying based on current signed ink on the paper contracts, it's exactly 4%? Or is it 3-point-something%, or is it 4-point-something%? Or, so.
Well, you have the
if
salary.
we can get really specific, at least to 0.01%, we could possibly be more specific with our budget here. Or is that not doable? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, depending on the contract you have, will yield different numbers.
Yes.
Okay. When we calculate the NTA increase, there's a combination of the actual, what they call the general wage increase, and then you have a step cost. So if somebody advances from step 4 to step 5, typically, like we're quoting numbers for the contract we're coming off of this year at 2.49%. That's a combination of step and scale.
Right.
But it's just off the base grid for everybody. It wouldn't include the longevity, which is based on years of service, and it has different milestones. So you jump on the schedule at 15 years of service, and every 5 years it bumps up a little bit until 35 years. So those are skewed toward individuals who've been here an extended period of time. And some of the supplemental work, like all of the teacher advisors that are out there, they have a increase that's layered onto that schedule. So we have to pick up all these pieces.
I see. So at what point, or is this where we make potential mid-year corrections? Would we know? Or is this not feasible, given everything that, all the moving parts? Would we know if we overestimated and therefore we have an extra 100,000 or 500,000 or?
Well, that really come from breakage. It was to happen. We really budget down to the position. And it's only if there's a change in a position where, you go out, I come in and there's a salary difference associated. That's really what that'll
I see.
be there, or if their position's vacant for a length of time for whatever reasons.
Well, and I guess I only ask, and this is my last comment on this, is because when I hear it discussed, and I don't mean this pejoratively, just in a casual, like
Mhm.
4%.
Yes.
It seems like when we're looking for every penny on where we can find, I just want to make sure, is it really 4% or is it
It's really 4%.
Well, I think-
3.79%? Or is it, you know, so if we can find that money. we
Just
do-
jumping in, I mean, the teacher's contract is settled and it is 4%. Where we do, and I put the slide back up, where we did have to do estimates are the contracts that are still under negotiation. AFSCME, nurses, CNIA, ATs would be whatever the town decides. So yes, to a certain extent to your question, there are some estimates. And once those
And I
settle,
mean,
we'll know
crystal
better.
ball, so I get.
We
that,
don't,
but
I mean,
it'd be
you could
great
roll
if-
the dice and say, oh, let's use 3%, but for where we don't have a definitive settled contract, we have to go with what's kind of the going rate. We might be wrong. And there could be a breakage in a good way down the road.
If I could just jump on that, so using AFSCME, you're estimating 4%.
Yes.
If it comes in at 3.5%, but we budgeted for 4%, where's that extra money go?
That would stay in the board operating budget if we,
To
Budget
spend
efforts.
on what?
We would not have to utilize as much non-lapsing
Right,
funds, for
realistically.
example. Or if we weren't utilizing the non-lapsing funds, it would go back to the town. Or it would go, put it into our account. So it's kind of there's potentially always gonna be breakage, or not always, there could be breakage, there could be the reverse, what's the opposite of that?
The reverse can
The-
happen,
negative.
The reverse can happen too.
underestimated.
But yeah, so we have the non-lapsing fund that, under current, ordinance, we can put 1% of any breakage, I guess,
Yes.
back into it.
Money's not
So
spent
it
at the
would-
end of the
yeah,
year.
money not
And,
spent.
and just to recap, I don't know, the non-lapsing fund was set up so that at the end of the year, money that sort of the taxpayers paid into
Yeah.
it, that didn't get spent, would get put into a fund that you could use
Correct.
as you will.
Mhm.
Right, that was the purpose of the.
That is what it is
It's-
statutorily, yeah.
It's really the breakage account where money that you
It is.
thought you were gonna spend, and we tax the taxpayers for.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You didn't use it. For whatever reason, that's a good thing,
Yeah.
but you put it in this fund, instead of trying to use it till the end of the year, you put it in the fund,
Yeah.
and save it next year.
And then above that 1%, it would go directly back to the town. So if we
Anything,
ever
which
had,
we did return money to the town in one of the COVID years.
Yeah, one of the, one year.
Yeah.
MOU.
And then, I put the history up of non-lapsing. You can see, over the years, there has been a few deposits. COVID years were the most significant. Recent years, there's been no deposits. So you can kind of see that trajectory there on that slide.
And in the perfect world, we would budget this amount and you'd spend this amount. and
Correct.
Everything would be exactly.
If you could get that exact thing,
That's what happens in my house. I budget this much money. I spend this.
then you are a far better budgeter than any of us. But yes, and it'd be great to be able to always be exacting,
Right,
but that,
it's impossible.
in a magnitude, the budget of this magnitude, it is rather challenging
I
to
think,
do
I
that.
think we realize that it's hard you can't tell what's gonna happen 5 minutes from now.
Councilor Sanders.
Well, what time of the year, sorry, what time of the year do those contracts get finalized, mostly?
teacher contract and the, certified administrator contract are part of the Teacher Negotiation Act. So they're on a timeline where, they establish a date that is in conjunction with the, community calendar for budget adoptions. So typically, the teacher contract, has to go to, mediation in October. And if it requires it, and then if you don't have a settlement by sometime in November, then you're going in binding arbitration. And that will try to be settled by January, February, just because, so the towns will really be in a position where they know what they're looking at for next year. ASME doesn't have that requirement. They can have negotiations last as long as they want, you know, the multi-year retro settlements, if there's that contentious of a bargaining environment. And then same thing with the CNAs, there's none of those timeline provisions that are associated with those unions as well as the nurses.
All right,
So two are
say
under
it takes
timelines
2
here now.
years, is it locked in at what it's set currently then?
No, because
No,
you have
Not
to,
settled, yeah.
it's retroactive, so even if we go a year where there's no raise, but then finally the contract settles, they're gonna have back pay. But they don't typically go that way. I would say all the contracts that are on the pending page, if I can get back to that, are probably gonna settle in this, you know, before the summer or thereabouts. So typically they don't go that level of protracted, you know, negotiations unless there's conflict. So looking at AFSCME, looking at nurses, looking at CNIA, and we'll leave those three because those are contracts under negotiation. I would hope that they would settle in by June or July.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner Nagel.
Yes, been listening, and it appears that we reach a point that in terms of talking about the budgets and whatever, that where you get a more definitive idea as to what it's going to be after we have to make a decision on the town side. I mean,
Yes.
the health benefits, we've talked about that before, and grants and so on.
Mhm.
And the difficult thing we have is that we are accountable to the public before there's a kind of a definitive answer. And I think what frustrates us is that sometimes you get, I won't call it a windfall, I don't know what, money's back that you can't count on until after we have set the mill rate and we have gone on warrant. So this is an ongoing frustration. And I see where you're, through the details we've gone through, where there are just reasons for it. And I appreciate you're trying to be as honest as possible, but I hope you realize the frustration we have.
Absolutely.
Accountable to the town and also to the students.
Yeah, there are things that are pending that could change in May or June, you know, something that's the ECS, but not ECS for us, but excess costs could change.
Right.
Or we could get some grant money that we didn't expect or breakage in some way. This is always our most realistic estimate as we currently know it.
So I'm assuming it's an unfair question, I think it is, that some of these things may come to pass before we have to make a final decision.
If they do, we would let you know. If there's, absolutely.
Text us.
We will be happy to communicate a way to cut the budget, you know, if insurance comes in lower, if, we're able to, if someone were to resign and we don't need to replace them, there are all those potentially unexpected pieces that, that could impact this in a positive way.
We appreciate that, but I do realize, you know.
It's all about timing, you know, and it'd be nice to know about the insurance now. That's kind of the wild card, but we don't. And we can't go against what our agent of record tells us to, or we're violating our own agreements.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jacob.
Yeah, I know I harp every year on, you know, the non-lapsing account, because, the comparison, sometimes people make a comparison to the general fund versus the non-lapsing account, and, I just want to, I did some, you know, I looked at some different towns in terms of how they use a non-lapsing account, and, I do feel, you know, in terms of flexibility and, how it's allowed to be operated, I do think that actually the town of Newington is, I don't mean to say, it allows the Board of Education to use the non-lapsing account in a way that's very beneficial, and to maintain the quality of and the integrity of the budget. But I will say there are towns where in for example, I can't, it's a town that begins with an S in Connecticut. No, it's not- But where essentially the Board of Education is required to spend whatever is put into the non-lapsing account from the previous year has to be spent in the following. So we are not as restrictive as other towns in Connecticut are. And so it's not, when it's said, when we say it's statutorily, it is statutorily required that you can have a non-lapsing account, but the way that the funds are used and how the town manages it can be a little bit more restrictive than we
Yes.
do, which is, I think, why, I get concerned about having it build up to a point where it's looked at. And I'm not saying anybody here, but I've heard people say it's a saving, it's your savings account, it's your savings account. And that's not necessarily the way I think other towns look at it. So I'm just
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Some towns have more restrictions on it. I wasn't aware of the mandate to use it that very year. I haven't heard that, but I do know sometimes they restrict it to different expenditures. What are we trying to get back to?
Back to the history of the non-lapsing.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it skipped.
Yeah,
There it is.
that's it, yeah.
Counselor Dion?
Yeah, so, I want to talk back to the breaking point figure that you had mentioned. So you put in that 6.89% is the cutoff to layoffs essentially
Yes,
for the budget. So as it stands right now, you're at 4%.
yes.
I don't want to lose your job by any means, but I kind of want to add some kind of like tangibility to what that actually looks like. So can you talk about like what the like specific impacts, like what departments would be impacted? Like if you don't know, you don't know, but like I just want to kind of get more detailed on that kind of.
Well, if there were to be reductions, we would have to look at the totality of the school district. I definitely would look at folks that are less involved with students per se, like a security guard or a hall monitor. Again, they all serve a purpose, but yeah, I mean, if we were to have to do layoffs to the level of $1 million worth of layoffs or $1.2 million worth of layoffs, that's a lot of people because of unemployment requirements. For every 2 people you lay off, you might net $100,000, and that's certified. If you get into hall monitors, they only make about 20,000 a year, so that's a lot, there would be less money back to the budget with looking at lower paid employees. So yeah, with certified folks, you've got to worry about unemployment, and actually for non-certified too, they're entitled to unemployment if they aren't able to be rehired. So those are the give and take of a layoff, that you really don't get the full amount of their salary back or reduced from the budget because there are the implications of unemployment.
Would it only be layoffs, or would there be other sections of your budget that you would reduce from as well? Or would it just strictly be layoffs to accommodate for the difference?
Right now, we have cut everything pretty low to the bone. We don't ever want to be in a position where we run out of money. So I know that does happen in some communities. So our projections now are anything less than that we'd have to get into some salary positions, whether it's non-certified or certified. Barring any other breakage that was already discussed earlier that was.
And some of the other things, like it was mentioned previously and with maintenance, like we could forego some maintenance, but then you kind of run into an issue where in the long run, you're spending a lot more money to fix something if you aren't keeping up with the proper maintenance of it. So there's definitely that's an option. It's definitely not something, I think even like we took out like painting certain things and replacing carpet.
Certain maintenance pieces are already out.
Yeah, so it was only like the critical maintenance pieces even that we have in there. So, aside from layoffs, that's something else you could just not fix. I mean, you can't actually just not fix the boiler. You can't, so it's things like that. There could be some things here and there that break that we need to be able to fix. So.
Yeah, so there's like real impact to it.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. To get back to Councilor Drago, and I don't disagree, I think those are good points about, and comparables to how other towns might manage their non-lapsing fund. I just wanted to clarify if I understood correctly from your presentation about in the event that we were to draw down the non-lapsing fund, then it made me think of, do we pay now or pay later? And, you know, and I'm not saying that's long at all. Let's draw it down. I'm not saying theoretically.
Mhm.
If we all agree here, we're gonna draw it all down, then as you spoke of a baseline starting point for salaries and other expenses next year, we would be potentially at just a higher base.
A higher
than we
base.
would if we didn't have that. I think you said 700,000 remainder. Was it 700?
Yes, $700,000, yeah.
That would be remaining to give us
This
a
is
little
it.
bit of cushion to have a little lower starting point to redo this whole thing again next year.
Correct.
So I don't necessarily disagree philosophically or from a responsible, you know, financial standpoint at all. It's really just, do we do it now and say we're responsible and to the taxpayer and all, absolutely? Or do we hold that to then make it a little softer starting pad next year? If I understand correctly, and that's.
Again, my point was just the fact that we do use it differently than,
Yeah.
than surrounding communities.
Absolutely.
And I think at this point, it would be difficult to, you know, rein it or, you know, put more restrictions on it. That's what it was, but I was just saying that the way it's operating is not statutorily mandated by the state. The
No,
fund
no.
itself is, but each town created it, and none of us were around when it was created, so.
Right.
Right, there are different ways it could be constructed, but Counselor Page is accurate that decisions made about non-lapsing have impact for next year, and this slide speaks to that pretty clearly.
And yeah, the other thing too is the last couple of years, we've put the non-lapsing offset into the budget. So this year we're relying on $2.3 million. That $3 million isn't gonna be there next year, right? So the last, I think it was two. So this year we were able to not use any with the budget freeze and with postponing some maintenance and whatever those
Unfilled positions.
that we got lucky about. So we did have some breakage, so we weren't required to use it. If all goes well next year, maybe we won't have to use that full $2.3 million, but that's even more than the previous year where we were expecting to use like 1.7. So that's even more breakage or even more postponing that we have to.
If I may, one more comment. So, and historically, when you gave those numbers of 2.1% over the last 6 or 8 plus years or more, did those budgetary increases, however modest relative to CPI, include the non-lapsing fund?
No, they did not. Well, I should say there was one year, if I go back to my
Just for
narrative.
context,
Yeah.
for our purposes tonight and figuring this budget out, it doesn't really matter ultimately, but it just helps for context.
The first year we had
Yeah.
to build that into the budget.
2017, 2018, they relied on 1.2 million to balance the budget of non-lapsing.
Yep.
And then fast forward, we relied on 438,000 in 2021, 22, 90,000 last year, and at this point, 0 this year.
Right.
So we're trying to avoid using it. But as we're developing the budget, these are pieces that we feel would help us offset it and lower our ask to the town,
Sure.
even though the ask isn't all that low, but our goal is to make it as low as possible.
Well, and just, sorry, I said last comment, this is really last comment. Your ask isn't that low. It's relative to previous years, large, and this is a painful process, but it is relevant because this context is important for, I think, for all of us and our taxpayers, our residents, and all of us here to understand how we got here, at least in part. And it wasn't in a vacuum that we all woke up and said, let's do a 6% ask or 7% ask. There's context and history to this.
Yeah, there's definitely some total of lower asks, lower increases over the years. And of course, the impact of ESSER grants going away and horrendous inflation.
Right,
And
and
cost
especially
escalation.
costs and
Yes.
the outplacement costs, and so.
So sadly, it's a perfect storm of many factors.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mackey?
Not to give you any more homework, but I just wanted to say that to the teacher. If you could just give us,
I'm used to it.
just give us a quick summary of what your original ask was and then what the board cut, I think would be helpful for us all. In category, so what was? As was mentioned, you made cuts, if you could give us kind of an idea of what was cut out of after after they were made it under your budget.
So I cut out 2.5 million, and then you're asking what happened after that. The
Right.
Board of Education cut $400,000 over a variety of budget line items, which
So-
brought
We
us
didn't
down.
have a lot of work to do because Dr. Brummett really like went through with a fine tooth comb and like did the very, very needed, like, right, no wants, need, all
Yeah.
needs. So she has up there $2.5 million was already cut before we saw it. We cut like CABE, we kind of just said generically like cut $343,000 from the
Supply
budget.
lines.
So
Well, you get a
supply lines.
summary, but then what, then you cut
By category.
We can do that.
a real
Okay.
small percentage, or, I mean.
Yeah, it was $400,000.
Don't let the acting commenters, because we're gonna go through her budget with a fine tooth comb and probably try to cut more than $400,000 from the budget, so.
Okay.
But if you can get it, so I can know.
We can
what-
absolutely do that.
those-
So
what
we're
those
providing you
were.
the ESSER salaries and then the detailed cuts.
Well, then how many employees got moved from Esther over to full-time
Yes.
employees? And then I think you wanted to add one for the financial counseling piece, I think.
Right, but that wasn't a grant-funded person.
Right.
That was
So
just a
just
new.
the total, at the end of the day, how many more staff are we gonna have on the operating budget than we had at the end of the day yesterday?
Okay, or last year.
Fiscal year.
That we can do.
Thanks.
Counselor Draco?
We wouldn't be having this discussion if some of these unfunded mandates were funded.
Correct.
And I know several years ago, I don't even know if you were here or not. Lou, I think you provided us with a list of how much each unfunded mandate is costing us.
I
And
might have, I think, Pam, Morocco, who was assistant or the superintendent for the year, I think that was the year she did it.
not that it's not gonna make any difference in this budget, but if you can get that
Yes,
to us, because we've got to
Yes,
start
sir.
hitting our state legislators.
And our
on this stuff. I mean, this
we
is-
are,
this
but
is
you're right.
Ridiculous, but both, and now we're starting to get it an awful lot on the town side,
Mhm.
and we can't, this town can't sustain it.
No.
And we need, if we get to the proof, how much this is costing us, and I know you are very tight, you guys with the state legislators now. Especially, you're in his office every day, but I really
Oh,
think.
so it's Matt's fault.
It is.
Thank you, finally.
Somebody
know.
Yeah,
Pain in the ass.
but we do need to be more vocal, it's killing us.
Ms. Weaver actually did testify with Mr. Turco about the financial literacy position, where we definitely agree with it. We think it's a fantastic piece of legislation, and she made in her comments, like, please fund it, because it's, $100,000. It's definitely a need, it's important for students to learn that piece of information before they graduate. But yeah, it's
Well, it's
same thing.
funny, the financial
Costly.
literacy part where. You gotta be financial literate, but someone's gonna give you money somehow, and then.
Yes. That I suppose is rather
It's pretty
ironic.
Huh, that they're, financial literally, but they're.
Yeah.
That is a very ironic thing.
I know.
I just had one question,
Just one.
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's okay if this is a
Like
quick
Jeff,
question.
answer.
Dr. Brennan, when you were, talking about the, increased cost to, special ed.
Yes.
You indicated that there was that the cost this year was a result of several factors. One of the things you mentioned was some previous underfunding. Is there any specifics that you can get on that? And if so, I mean, it doesn't have to be tonight, but it'd be good to know like what that actually means and because it sounds like we're playing catch up too.
I can speak to the para tutor line, and it's because of the cost of our open choice students. And many of them, they come in at a higher rate of special ed than our own population. We get all that money back, but we have to allocate it from operating budget on the front end. So that, as we looked at that and analyzed that, we had underfunded it this year. Hence the reason why we wanted to try to get some of that reimbursement money to apply to the operating budget, because it is creating this gap. So that's the big thing that comes to mind. Anything else you would add to that, Lou?
Just the volatility of all the cases and just how much the escalation has been over the last few years. Those are it seems like most outplacement cases are in the 10 to 15% a year cost escalation, notwithstanding, a bunch of extra services. I mean, over the last 3-4 years, the high-end cases cost twice as much as they did then. So think of 150,000 and 300,000, for the magnitude level that's there. And we just aren't able budget to keep up on, I wouldn't call it a speculative increase, but you gotta be kidding me if I said I needed another $100,000 for just one kid's case. So,
That's happened.
it does kind of all blend back to averages, and it has not been able to keep up.
Thank you guys so much for coming in tonight.
Thank you. You put us through our paces. I appreciate it.
Yes, very much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
This is my homework assignment.
Double space.
MLA, APA.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, keep it at its ear. Oh, thank you. All right, thanks, everybody.
I have two extra ones, that's not.
Oh, that's pretty, seems like, that's gonna make one, and then. It's three. We didn't know that came on Sunday. So the mayor had done that.
I printed it out too, but I put it over.
Oh.
We all have another.
Right.
So now we're moving on to,
I've seen a few of them.
miscellaneous programs not previously discussed.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
You missed any?
I'm very-
I don't have any discuss it tonight.
Oh.
No.
Sorry.
Okay.
Happy to explain, right? Get an answer for you. Discuss it and then ask.
Okay. I don't.
Not right now, we're still plowing through it all.
Yeah. Okay. No, I think we got it. So Jamie was talking about we don't have anything really, we've already gone over everything, and if anyone has any additional questions, yeah, there you go, Councilman Mackey.
Yeah, I just asked Saturday for a list of what the request from the department was, and then what you actually made it. Did you send that out?
Janet didn't get that out today, but, the total that she sent out earlier today, she's off today, I apologize, I'll get that info to you.
No problem. Yeah.
The departmental request is 43,127,112, and my request was 42,407,204 on the town operating side. So it's about a $719,000 reduction. So
Can you just get that to me in a memo so I can have it?
Sure, it's, I'll email it to you.
That's fine, appreciate it.
No questions at this one? Seeing none. We don't have any proposed changes at this point. Obviously, we just wrapped up hearing from, all of our departments, with the Board of Ed being the last one. So I think, we have some deliberations to do, but I don't have any proposed changes at this point in time. If anybody else does.
We don't have any changes, don't get nervous. But I just want to speak to the fact that we finished up our marathon Saturday session just 2 days ago.
Yeah.
We had the Sunday, which, that was a holiday. I was missed a couple Easter egg hunts. UConn was on, and now we had this, and now the time crunch is too compacted. It's always been, but we've always had more time in April. I would just recommend that next year we move the Saturday session maybe towards the middle of the month. So I would have we would have a couple more. I mean, this is a lot more difficult than my own budget at home, because it's other people's lives that we're affecting here, and to have it such a short compact, I think it does a disservice.
Agreed.
I don't want to make it too long, because I don't want to be carrying these books around all this time. I think if we could somehow maybe move the work session next budget cycle more towards the middle of the month would give us a couple extra weekends to meet. And you decided we meet, and it's very difficult to try to get all this accomplished in such a short period of time.
Yep, agreed.
All right. Guess we're done with old business then, and we will move on to Resignations and appointments, you guys are up in the minute. Council Page, you wanted to start with the resolution and you guys will each do your part? Absolutely, thanks.
Do you want to alternate there? Or do you want me to do mine and then you do yours?
We can do, you do yours. Are they, they're, yeah, they're, mine are in the back of the back, yeah.
Oh, okay. We can alternate.
No, that's a few.
That's fine. We'll alternate. Okay, resolve that the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments. Building Code Board of Appeals, name Alan Paskowitz. Address 100 Cambria Avenue, Party D, term immediate to 11/30/27, replaces vacant. Conservation Inland Wetlands Commission, Vincent Morris, 20 Deming Farm Road, Party D, immediate, term is immediate to 11/30/27, replaces alternate vacant.
John Bashan, 56 Maple Hill Avenue, Party R, immediate, 11 to 11/30/25, an alternate. Vacant.
And Economic Development, Deanna Rainey, is it Rainey or Rennie? Rainey. 110 Grandview Drive is the address, Party D, term immediate to 11/30/26, replaces vacant. And Employee Insurance and Pension Benefits Committee, Virginia Ramos Rios, 44 River Camp Drive, Party D, term is immediate to 11/30/25, replaces David Johnson, appointment to full. Library renovations / additions, Permanent Building Commission, Virginia Ramos Rios at 44 River Camp Drive, Party D, immediate to 1/1/2050. Is that correct?
There, for project building committees, you could do indefinite or you put out like many years.
Holy moly. My prayers are with you, Virginia, and replaces vacant.
EMS Committee, Carol Annis, 30 Harding Avenue, Party R, immediate to 12/31/2025, replaces de facto, G. Torrey, who serves de facto. Oh, next on mine. Open Space Committee, Sandy Goldstein. 84?
Yes, 84.
84 Moreland Avenue, Party R, immediate to 11/30/2027. Reappointment, she's serving de facto currently. And then John Walls, Middle School Project Building Committee, Joseph P. Harpy, 36 Baldwin Court, Party R, immediate to indefinite appointment.
And also under John Wallace Middle School Project Building Committee is Chris Minor, 119 Revere Drive, Party D, immediate indefinite appointment. And Stephen R. Woods, 94 New Britain Avenue, Party D, immediate indefinite appointment.
Second.
Motion by Council Page, seconded by Council Bedrejko. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries 8-0 with Council Gonzalez absent. And I just had one other thing I wanted to state for the record while we're talking about appointments. It doesn't require a formal resolution, but initially when we were first elected, we had talked about bringing on a firm to represent our town as the town attorney rather than what we've done in the past. And it's been a kind of an exhaustive process reaching there, but we've actually settled on a firm and we will be effective basically immediately. Shipman and Goodwin will be our new town attorney. That's the firm that we've gone with. They have some history with the town. They've done some work with the Board of Education and they've helped us out on a few things. And we're really excited about the future working with them. I want to take this time to also offer my sincerest thanks and gratitude to Attorney David Griffith for all that he's done for us. He stepped in and when we needed him and he's been essential to everything that we've accomplished to this point. And we're really grateful for his help and his service to the town and to this council. So that's all I have on appointments tonight, but I just wanted to make sure we got that in the record.
Is that effective immediate or effective?
Yeah,
effective or the?
No, it's effective. Yes, I know.
The paperwork, yeah. Back of the month is the whole question.
Yeah. All right, so moving on to tax refunds, item 10. Council report, would you read the resolution, please?
Sure. Just one minute. Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $1,994.41 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the requests for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Motion by Councilor George, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 8-0 with Councilor Gonzalez absent. Moving on to new business. Agenda item 11A, Town Council Rules of Procedures. Some updates on this. I'm gonna take it, Matt, AJ, and Gail. You guys wanna explain what you guys did?
Does Lauren want to?
Oh, Lauren, you wanna come up?
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I was saying,
Here, Lauren was the scribe and she was.
So we will push that.
Very good. She knows what she's doing. Very good.
So you have in front of you the current draft document from your subcommittee. We met over the course of 2 evenings and we made recommended changes to help basically with the efficiency of your running of your meetings. There were a couple of items that we changed for clarity. One of them being your procedures for when you decide to allow a vote on a new business item. That was something that had come up like in your prior 2 meetings to when we met to review your rules document. All of the changes are redlined. One item that may stick out to you is the increase in the public participation time to 4 minutes versus 3 minutes. I believe we may have mentioned, or I think it was a whole council discussion, or heads up that there was potentially some idea of like conceding your time to someone else, and that is not in here. That the subcommittee did not see that should be brought forward at this time, but they did want to recommend increasing the public comment time from 3 minutes to 4 minutes. Some other items that would be looking a little different to you is the order of the agenda. We included a consent agenda, and a consent agenda is basically anything that you think you can vote on is one motion and second, and that wouldn't require its own resolution or motion. So some items that are generally listed on consent agendas are prior meeting minutes, appointments and resignations, tax refunds. We talked about it in the committee, and your subcommittee felt that appointments and resignations should still be their own agenda item. So that was not recommended for consent agenda, but it's just something that you can include that would just kind of get you through a little bit more of your old business or your agenda items. And you can always revamp this. The beauty of this document is that it's a living document and it can be changed at any point in time. So if you do the consent agenda and you don't like it, you can go back and change it. You do the consent agenda and you do like it and you want to add more things to it, we can do that too.
Councilor Mangus, there you go.
Would these things on the consent agenda still be listed out on the agenda?
Yes,
Okay,
so it would look exactly as it looks right now. On the draft document, it would say consent agenda, and then underneath it, you would have those items that you would be voting on as one motion and second versus multiple motions and seconds.
I think we should check. I think it might be tax refunds might be a legal matter. We're authorizing Janet to make payments, so we may have to legally have that separate. We should check on that. Maybe with the new attorney, just because that might be a legal issue. We have, because we're asking, we're authorizing someone to make a payment. Maybe have to do, but that's why I think they're on there.
If I may, I mean, I don't know any specific answer to your question. I think any question is worth checking. I just say, and Lauren, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but even though an item is on the consent agenda, we still do vote on it just the same. And it's just that we vote on it en masse. And so we vote on that item as well as voting on previous meeting minutes, for example. And so, you know, it's not as though we wouldn't still be transmitting that approval to Janet. It's just that
And the resolutions would still be in the packet as well. It would just be, yes, it would just,
I think, I agree,
Yeah.
I think unless we have to
No,
to deal with better off we are, best we get out, I mean.
And I just add also that, and again, Lauren, correct me if I'm wrong, but to add items onto the consent agenda is its own mechanism. And so the chair of the meeting would still need to request that an item on the agenda be placed within the consent calendar. And so they would still need to ask for a motion to add on to consent and so on. And so if for whatever reason, previous meeting minutes, for example, Kim found a really important typo or others, those things are important, they are. Then it may not necessarily be placed on consent and someone could object to be placed on. Consent.
you can move things off of consent if you feel that they require a more thorough conversation and a separate vote.
As long as it listens to the public and see what
Yes,
we're talking about.
it won't just say like consent
Throw something.
agenda and then you guys verbally at the meeting, no, you do have to list all the sub items.
There's an emergency, Greg.
So if, for example, we do move something off for a particular meeting,
Mhm.
that doesn't mean that it's deleted from that list of consent agenda items. It's just for that particular meeting, we're
Yep.
making that adaptation.
Yep.
If I could just mention two other things on this point, on the rules of procedure. You'll notice in section 14 on voting, something very exciting, I think, which is that we clarify the order of
That helps.
of things there. So that will be helpful, with regards to what we're waiving, when we waive, and where public participation needs to sit, et cetera. And then I just also wanted to flag that all of these items, the edits were approved by our subcommittee unanimously, bipartisanly. And we had a lot of, rigorous discussion on a few of them, and we feel, very comfortable with a lot of the changes made and certainly open to other suggestions. So.
And we also did gender affirming.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Absolutely. Gender neutral language.
Councilman Mackey? I just put two quick things. One, and maybe it's a pet peeve of mine, it says student liaison representatives. I don't recall the council deciding we were gonna have representatives, but I'll let that go at this point. I think that should be part of a presentation, because the way you have it here now, we have to have a presentation for that every single month, every single meeting, twice a month, even July, August, and September, when they may not even have any report. I like the idea of hearing what the students have to say. I think that's a good thing, and I'm not anti-student, so don't put that in Facebook.
You're anti-student.
I've worked my whole life in this town for the youth, and I have a plaque someplace at home to show that. But I think it's a presentation. If we start doing liaisons, then why not have a liaison from the senior center? Or why not have a liaison from the Chamber of Commerce? And I think that's a slippery slope. So I like the idea of a presentation. I like the idea of hearing what's happening at the high school. And certainly the middle schools too. I think that's a cool thing. We get to know about the plays and the sports games, but the way you have it here, we have a presentation every single meeting, and then that is really necessarily called for. We could move that into presentation, just like we have the highway department make a presentation, or facilities management make a presentation.
The subcommittee can correct me if I'm wrong. I do think that the reason why that was made its own item there is because we didn't want the students to have to, we wanted it to be more clear for the students that they would be first, so that they wouldn't have to be out so late on a school night. But we can certainly revamp, the kind of grammar here, and just under presentations, we can write.
Well, either way,
student presentation,
presentations are still.
if
still
necessary,
just
or-
take out presentations. They're still
Yeah.
there.
I would just add, if I could, part of the thinking also here, I know what was referenced was the way the Board of Education handles these. Obviously, it's our only point of reference, and they do have them under a separate line item. Of course, there's a longer tradition there, and so there may be a clear reason for that. That was one reason, and if I may, the other one was just with regards to your point around this having to exist in every meeting. I mean, that's not necessarily the case. It's not necessarily the case that we would have a consent agenda every meeting, or that we would have resignations and appointments every meeting. And so these things are here as placeholders to allow folks that do prepare our agenda, and the public as well, just kind of a general overview of what is typically included in a council meeting, what is our cognizance within a council meeting. But things can be removed and added depending on meetings all the time and are often, so I just add that.
Yeah, and I understand a formal relationship between the Board of Ed and students would make sense because their primary constituent is the students, and that makes sense to me. We have many more constituents than students here that we deal with. And I like, don't get me wrong, I like that you're having them present. I just think it should be a presentation so that it's like all other presentations, they fall in the same spot. And it's not necessarily an official liaison to the council because they're just making a presentation at this point.
I'm not, that's fine. I think including in presentations is great. And please feel welcome, but these are official liaisons to the council. And in the same capacity that they are to the Board of Education, we want them to be able to participate in, preliminary discussions when we're having them, perhaps even speak on agenda items if they review the agenda. Everybody's got homework and classwork, but if they review the agenda, certainly to speak on it in their presentation. And so, they are somewhat different, and the Board of Education treats them differently. It's my perspective that we ought to treat them differently as well and give them respect as liaisons. I know you mean no disrespect, but
That's right, but we don't give the taxpayer in town that owns a business a chance to come and talk to us about agenda items as a liaison. And we deal with those people just as we do with anyone. So again, my point is just, we didn't pick liaisons. It's you folks picked them and that's okay, but it's nice to know you're doing that. And I think it's again, the presentation and they can speak to anything they want when they make the presentation, but it shouldn't be a separate agenda. The other issue I just have, just a question, I guess, is, and it's, I think it comes up way too often, is the issue about personal attacks. Nobody likes personal attacks, and certainly we do this job, because we're confident career today, we aren't getting paid for this. Somehow I thought we were, but we're not getting paid for this, and personal attacks certainly are not. This is not the place for personal attacks. It seems like somebody feel like I'm one sided, I get attacked and I can't fight back, But the question is, who determines whether it's a personal attack and who doesn't? So I think that's gonna lead us to some issues down the road. Is who, I guess we can probably all agree.
If I can speak to that.
A personal attack is a personal attack, but
Yeah.
who decides?
Councilor Pacheco was nice enough to inform the committee that there were concerns about the first line that was added to the public participation. I love the First Amendment. I love being able to say whatever I'm thinking, to be honest. So by no means are we trying to restrict anyone who's speaking here. So we did talk about, we agreed that changing the word shall to should. So it's not as it's more of a suggestion than an implication, would probably be able to suffice any kind of concern that I agree. It's more just to set a tone, what I mean, that under Robert's rules, public participation is
It's a privilege, not a right.
No, I agree, and I think at some point, we had certainly after meeting, we all got together and say that was, and we have in the past, so I think that's, I think it's good, you can't have somewhere here that if you continually come to attack us or threaten us, and I've sat here before, been threatened, I'm gonna kill you all. The council should say, look, we don't want to hear from this person for a couple of days, they get they don't get to speak for the next 2 meetings or something. Something like that would make sense, but I agree, there should be a decorum. We don't attack public, we don't attack each other, usually. But we shouldn't expect the public to do that. We're not punching bags.
Yeah, I think if it got to that degree of bad, then, the police would be involved and it would be.
And we've been here before when the police they have been involved.
Yeah, so I think that adds to the rules specifically in that case, because it would be beyond our purview.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was gonna speak to that, which is great, and then I wanted to mention, we did change the time limitations, so now, past 10:30, we could actually vote on things, so we get into a long presentation of some kind, or whatever the delay is, we don't have to push it again for another 2 weeks. We could actually take a vote, as late as it needs to essentially. And then Lauren, correct me if I'm wrong, can we update the roll call?
Yes,
So.
I think we just removed the language. Let me find it.
This is more of a fun one.
Where is it listed?
We have to say A or
In
yay or
14.
or-
At the end of
I-
14, it says a voice vote shall be sufficient on all matters unless a roll call vote is required by the charter or requested by a council member. We removed a sentence following that says the roll call shall be in alphabetical order by counselor's last name and the mayor shall be the last name called. We just kind of felt that that was maybe a little cumbersome. What if the minute, it says shall, what if the minute taker or the person calling for your vote accidentally says your names out of alphabetical order? It just kind of felt like something that had been added into this document, which is a good practice, but maybe wasn't necessary to be codified in the document itself. And then we did kind of have a fun conversation about maybe we'll let Susan decide some fun ways she likes to roll call and surprise us at every meeting.
You can call us by our nickname.
Put those on their name.
Yeah.
Sunshine or you?
That makes sense.
Counselor Nagel.
Yeah, I just put my hand up so I could be heard. No.
You have
I'm
4
still
minutes.
working on consent here, and at any rate, you don't need to explain it to me at any rate. Just a comment about, not that I'm against most, if not all the things that have been changed, whatever. But extending the time limit for public to 4 minutes, I have been around where meetings have gone to midnight, 1 in the morning, and it has begun, a lot of people come out. And they wish to speak passionately, that is fine, well and good, but it became very, very difficult to limit them to 4 minutes. They would go on and on, we had little touches of that here, but it was just like, when you get to 30 or 40 people all with 4 minutes, it gets to be a problem. And I thought that was part of the reason for changing it to 3, to try to kind of get a little bit of a handle on it, not that the public shouldn't have a chance to speak. So just wanted to address that. And I also thought that with the students coming for their presentation, which is fine, well and good, I agree with Councilor Mankey to a great extent and in terms of that. And I do think they should have their place and be able to do so. I do think it's a given that they should, as indeed others, we've changed in the past the order of the agenda so that presentations could be done by, be it students or others, could be done at the beginning so that time could want. Another word of warning, if you get too many presentations being done in the day, you're not gonna get to the business, not saying that isn't important, of what the town council has been appointed to do. And we on a few occasions have had to weigh the rules and change things so that we could vote if it came to after 10:30 at night. So just a comment, a word of warning about that, that we not that we would ever do that, but who knows? 5 proclamations, 10 presentations, and then we don't get to the business at hand until 11, 12 o'clock at night, which I'm sure none of us want to be here for that, no matter how much we love doing this for free. So just, I'm getting very blunt here, but just some words of warning in terms of why things were changed and that indeed we need to be aware of what goes on the agenda so that the presentations can be done if need be, and that no one be mandated that every week or every 2 weeks you must be here to give a presentation, whether you like it or not, no matter what it is. Okay, a few comments. That's it.
Thank you, Counselor. Deputy Mayor Rada.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the committee for doing this. It's a huge piece of work, and Lauren, who's part of the committee.
Significant part.
Yeah, it was something that was sorely needed, and I think you've all done a really great job, Stephen, as I want to continue to go through it. The one, and it's not a concern, but a deliberation I will have is the 3 minutes to 4 minutes for public participation. Somewhat echoing what Councilor Nagel had to say. We do have the opportunity to extend it, occasionally, but then there might be other occasions where we will be sorry that we put 4 minutes versus 3 minutes. I don't know, I'm still deliberating on that, but I think all in all, this is a great piece of work, and I want to thank all of you for taking the time to do this.
Thank you, Kevin. Councilor Mangan.
Just one quick thing, and then I'll shut up. The last thing it says, we talk about cameras, if we're being by Zoom or by electronic. And I see you moved it from shall to should. I think in the past, when, at least, especially the 2 years when I attended council meetings by Zoom, there were counselors that would not put their camera on at all, and we would never see if they were even paying attention or awake. And Susan would call for a vote, and she'd call and she'd call, and the background, yeah, yes. So I'm not really quite sure they're paying it. Yeah, well, I'm not quite sure they're paying attention, or they're not watching, the hockey game on TV. But I also understand there might be an occasion, I get poison ivy all over my face and I don't want to be on camera. But maybe if there's a line that, if the mayor allows it, you can waive that rule for whatever reason. But I think if we're doing this job and we're gonna be on Zoom for whatever reason, we should have our camera on, just because I think it makes the public know that there is somebody sitting here and not, and I think most of us would do that, but in the past, we've had people who, especially during those dreaded COVID months when we first started this whole process, that would just, turn the camera off and then go upstairs and, get a beer or something, and who knows if they're paying attention. So I'm working hard at the meeting, but are they paying?
I was just gonna say, so we did have a pretty thorough conversation about this, the shall versus should. And just the fact that if you're doing the meeting remotely, especially if we've called the whole meeting remotely for everyone, there will be times where you'll need to turn your camera off. We didn't want the language to force you to be on camera the entire meeting. If, say, you needed to take a 5-minute break, there are times in person where you need to go take 5 minutes.
That's understandable.
And the reason why we felt comfortable, I think, with that change also is because in section 14, there is a line that we did not change that says, when voting in a virtual format, all members' cameras and microphones shall be active while voting. So we did feel that kind of encompassed that need to be on camera with your microphone on so that your vote is recorded accurately and you are taking an active participation in the voting of your meeting. But that if you needed a 5-minute break or you needed to turn your camera off for,
It's understandable. Yes.
it's understandable. Yes. And so that I think kind of helps with the deal on that shall versus should in that last clause, because it is mandated when you're actually voting on something that both are on, your camera and your mic.
And we did not to belabor, but to your point, so there have been instances, even just in the months that we've been here, where we've been all virtual, and I remember there was an outage here.
Then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Exactly, and so we didn't want to, create a rule where it just simply was infeasible.
Your internet gets you in trouble.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Councilor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I know, just regarding the 3 to 4 minutes, I know that our current mayor, our previous mayor, was always gracious in allowing some wiggle room for people over the 3 minutes, and not that everybody does that. At times, there would be overage. I would just respectfully request our current mayor, and we'll let folks know that because we've expanded it to 4 more officially, that we are really going to kind of be sticklers to 4. And so to respond to legit concerns that we run until 1 a.m., none of us wants to do that. But yeah, that's all I had on it. Thanks.
So Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yeah, I would be remiss in my duties as editor if I didn't, I may find more. But at that very last paragraph of, section 14, all members' cameras, there should be an apostrophe after this.
Well,
I caught that, but I thought it was.
And Counselor Nagel, I'm surprised he didn't catch it right away.
Well, we were all talking about it
I'm
over
a
here.
bit disappointed, but yeah,
We didn't want to steal your thunder now.
there you go. Make me feel great.
Do you want to remark on the redundancy that it says when voting and then shall be active while voting? So it tells you twice that you're doing it during voting. One of those now? Okay.
We were like.
He's only looking at minutes, Council. My minutes, in my contract, it says nothing.
And I appreciate your overview.
Thank you, I appreciate your judgment.
and certainly as other folks have, read it over and things over the next 2 weeks, please.
Yeah, that's a good.
Always.
I will comment, this is, moving on from here, on the time issue. Since I've been in this seat, I've been allowing for about 4 minutes for most folks before I'll wrap them up, but if we were to change it to 4 minutes fully, I won't give any overage.
You can give them a warning within 3.5.
I don't know, sign or something, yeah.
Right, well.
All right, thank you guys so much for your
Yeah,
work
thank
on
you.
this. Yes, thank you guys, you guys worked hard, thank you so much, Lauren, I know this is a big project, you guys were great. Moving on to 11B, State Historic Documents Grant Program application. Looks pretty. Anything on that, Jamie?
This is an item that appears on the second market agenda every year,
Okay.
to authorize the town clerk to apply for and receive, funding from the state library to preserve historical documents. Typically, there would be some paperwork attached to this, so you can take a look at it and vote on it at the next meeting, but he actually didn't receive it from the state in a timely manner to get it in for tonight, so we were hoping that would happen, but it didn't. So, we can put this back on next week. Or next meeting, I should say, if you'd like, or I can, send the.
Well, it has to be because it's something, it's new business now, so that's
New
good.
business, correct. So you would call it again under old business, but I don't have the backup documentation for the grant itself, as I was hoping for tonight.
But conceivably, we'll have it for the next regular meeting.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay. Any questions from council, as I mentioned this one? No. Pretty good. We'll move on to written oral communications with town manager and other town agencies and officials, other governmental agencies and officials.
I'm gonna start off with the good news, in personnel, we, have an offer in to an assistant town engineer.
So,
I can't name his name yet, he's going through the background check process, but, that will double that department size to 2. So it's certainly good news for, town engineer's workload, and certainly will introduce the new employee to you as soon as possible. We are in the process for 2 certified police officers. Right now, so there are potentially 2 more coming up, a certified officer and an experienced police officer who currently is in a different department in the state. And we find that's essentially a race against time, because when people are looking, they're applying to 6, 7, 8, 11 different departments. So if we find a good qualified candidate, we make it our priority to get through the process and get them into the interview as soon as possible. So I'll keep you posted on that. The administrative secretary 3 position in the police department, that is the police chief secretary. Michael, I'm not gonna say this right, Grabowskis, was promoted to that position. He is currently a school secretary at Elizabeth Green. So he came out on top on that promotional process and will begin, in the chief's office shortly. We will, then the board of ed will post that new position promotion for the position in the school. We have a couple of interns also coming in to the engineering department, which would be very helpful. Some high, senior level interns at CCSU, which might also be helpful eventually in hiring the entry level positions as we think it for a while. Highway equipment operator interviews will take place next week for that vacant position for the highway department. So we can hopefully have somebody in place, in the next week or so. And while Chief Perry was sworn in yesterday, also with that, I want to say a huge thank you to Tom Davern, the acting superintendent. He didn't want the spotlight yesterday, but he, you know, along with the council note, he will step back from his duties this week. And I just wanted to say that he was fantastic to work with. Even for the short period of time, he led the department very, very well, was extremely well respected. Fantastic communication, just overall great to work with. So we really appreciate his help over the past several months. That's about it for personnel. Now the not so great news. If you were at the State of the Town address last week, you might have heard Senator Lesser mention that the Meals on Wheels program is being cut back into federally, it's funded from many sources, federal donations, state funding. I'm going to ask the council to consider an item on the next council agenda to discuss this further, but to explain, because this impacts many people in very significant manner. I just want to take a second to explain it. Over the past, week or so, Barb Wilmer and I got some more information from CRT about what this means. And for Meals on Wheels recipients, Meals on Wheels are delivered by volunteers from the senior center. They're going to be eliminating the dinner meals. So some people get lunch and dinner, some people get lunch only. That equates to 207 meals per week that are being reduced. CRT has indicated that this shortfall is expected to last through their entire fiscal year, which their fiscal year ends on September 30th. So it's essentially 6 months. So we just calculated that these 207 meals per week means there's going to be almost 5,000 meals short for Newington folks who are homebound through the end of September. And the cost to replace those meals will be about $56,000. In addition, unfortunately, they have also reduced the congregate in-person meals that we serve at the senior center every day by eliminating 2 days a week altogether and reducing the remaining 3 days per week to a cap of 26 participants, whereas we can do about 40, 50 or more. We calculated that to be about 2,500 meals per week, meals total, 107 meals per week, about 2,500 meals total at the average cost of $15 per meal that CRT would charge us. That's another $38,000. So we're looking at a $92,000 shortage. For comparison, the senior center's operating budget is about $20,000 a year when you remove salaries. And we have about $60,000 in our donations account. So we can't even cover this with our existing funding. So again, I don't want to take all night on this, but I will ask this to come up on a future council agenda. We're obviously looking very hard to replace those meals with donations from local businesses, but it's absolutely not feasible to ask local businesses to cover almost $100,000 worth of food. So there's two parts to this. One, I'm going to ask for some ARPA funding to help bridge that gap. And it needs to be done quickly because the reduction of meals will take place on April 8th. Starting April 8th.
Nice notice.
Yeah, and then that came up, in a meeting with CRT, and they claimed that they found out at the same time we did, but we can discuss that. That's the first part. The senior center is expected to receive its own ARPA funding from the State Unit on Aging. We're getting $90,000. I had a proposal for you on what we were gonna do with that. It has to be used for programming or building improvements for that particular ARPA funding. And I have everything all set, what we're gonna do, but I'm gonna reallocate some of that also, so that we're not going to turn anybody away for any meal. So again, I just wanna bring it to your attention now to my report, because it affects a lot of people, in a very significant way, but I'll have more detail at an upcoming meeting for some action that we can take to make this better for now. And that's it.
Councilor Page?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a few questions about the Meals on Wheels. How many years have we offered these, roughly?
Years? Oh, I don't know.
Roughly,
We have one volunteer who's been there almost 20 years.
Oh my
so-
It's been forever, yeah. It's been
Oh my goodness.
At least that.
and then the agency responsible for making these decisions, these budget decisions, is which agency?
It's complicated. Meals on Wheels is part of the federal nutrition program.
Right,
Okay. So it is funded by many different sources. They ask recipients the meals cost approximately $11.50 per meal, okay? They ask the recipients to make a voluntary contribution of $3 per meal, but they don't turn away anybody who is not able to pay. The bulk of the funding comes from federal nutrition funding, a combination of state funding from the Department of Human Services and, can't remember the other one, I'm sorry, and then fundraising. That all of that money is allocated from the Central Area Agency on Aging, so the money flows through them. It is their budgetary responsibility to fund the program. They recently informed CRT, Community Renewal Team, is the group that cooks and delivers the meals per the federal nutrition program standards. They recently informed CRT that they were out of money. And they were claiming it's because the program has been heavily funded by grant funding for the past, since the pandemic, meant such as ARPA funding, but it's probably not ARPA funding, probably CARES Act funding. And apparently they didn't account for that funding ending, and now it has ended, and there's no more money in the program.
What did you do before that?
Yeah, it's just.
We have had, I can't answer for them because this is all new information to us as well. I will tell you in my experience over the past years, 7 years at the senior center, we start to prepare sometimes as they approach the end of their fiscal year in September, that there may be reductions. We have experienced reductions, not to Meals on Wheels, and certainly not to that extent, in the congregate in-person program in the past, but they are significantly less than what we're experiencing now. So for example, 1 year in the last 5 weeks of their fiscal year, they cut congregate meals 1 day per week. So it was five days that we had to come up with meals. We were able to buy pizza for everybody. That wasn't a big deal. We're looking at almost 10,000 meals that we need to replace.
Right, and I guess, and that you are speaking to it, we're all speaking to it, which is I'm upset that this large number we're learning about with just days to go, and it's affecting real human beings who are vulnerable, some of our most vulnerable. That's unacceptable, and I think there needs to be somebody accountable for letting respective towns know further in advance. So that
plans.
Right, we can make plans. There are real people affected by this. It's unacceptable.
So, right, this has been, I don't want to get political or too much into this, but this has been an issue that's been ongoing in terms of the communication in past reductions as well. All those, again, those reductions were dropped in the bucket compared to these. I found out about it first during the state of the town address when Senator Lester said, by the way, Meals on Wheels are getting cut. And Barbara and I went to work immediately, and over the subsequent days, we were able to get information from CRT. I think 1 week ago, they had meetings on Zoom for the member towns to, give them that information. So it's essentially a 2-week notice.
Thank you.
Council Manager.
I think maybe this is a time to, a resolution from the council saying, that granted this happened, but we're not happy with it and we want more notice. I think it also probably points out between this and then the talk about the Board of Ed, I think sometimes we count on grants happening forever. And I don't think grants are supposed to happen over, but we get used to the money, we get used to the grant, and this is probably one of those issues, but I would be in favor of putting this on the agenda for our next meeting of a resolution from the council or a letter, a strongly worded letter from the council saying we're not happy with this. And the notice and the fact that you're leaving a lot of our vulnerable population kind of hanging, not able to make other plans.
Well, this is not only to, the state legislature, but also our federal.
I think I would send a letter to everybody we can.
Everybody,
I'd send it to everybody.
Councilor Drago.
I'm assuming it's not just the North Central CRT, correct?
It's the North Central Area Agency on Aging is the funder for CRT. I have not heard, now not every senior center utilizes that in the federal nutrition program. Some have their own kitchens and they cook their own food. That's obviously a much bigger undertaking. But I have not heard that the Southern Area Agency on Aging, nor the other one that's in the other corner of this, I believe the eastern corner of the state. I don't know that they've had that issue, but I can look into it.
I think, if we do any kind of action such as a resolution or strongly worded letter like we did with the police, that we join forces with every other town and we can, the senior center can reach out to what other towns are affected. And I think, because in unison, it's going to be stronger than just Newington.
Sure.
And there's got to be more towns affected.
So 2 more points that unfortunately don't make this any better. The first is that Newington is one of the largest congregate sites in the state. So some towns might have 5 or 10 people coming in for lunch every day. We have, 60, and then we're delivering another 120 meals per day for Meals on Wheels. So that's one thing. Another point is, didn't say it outright, but in the informational meeting with CRT, they alluded to the fact that the concerns might go past the start of their fiscal year on October 1st. So we're planning for 6 months, but it could go more than that. And that's, I think, where we need the state and federal legislators to be able to help and advocate, yeah.
Councilor Page, and just one more comment. Thanks, Mayor. I think we also, and not knowing sort of our place in all this, but just off the cuff, to register our complaint, our resolution with DHS and with the federal nutrition agencies. I mean, they need to know that real people are depending on this, and we're in a this is a crisis. If you're home and you're depending on this, it is a crisis for you. And so I think we need to maybe bypass folks locally and speak to the DHS folks or federal agencies. So it's just my opinion. We can decide that later. Thanks.
I'll have more information at the next meeting. I'll get these numbers precise and what we can probably reasonably cover by donations. But the rest of it, I would ask for from a combination of ARPA, the town opera funds that you still have left, and the senior center ARPA funds that we had hoped to use for things like accessible furniture and raised garden beds and things that would benefit folks there. But I think this is gonna have to take priority.
Can I just ask, because we're in such a time crunch, this is going to start April 8th. Whatever information that you can pull together for us, you could email to all of us so that we have that as soon as possible, so we can determine how best to move forward as quickly as possible.
Yeah, of course.
Councilor Vick.
I have absolutely no idea how all this works, but, is there any way that working with, food service at the schools? I mean, I'm sure they throw away a lot of food every day.
For Meals on Wheels, those are folks who are homebound and are often very ill or recovering from serious illness, and they're not able to prepare any kind of food in any way, nor are they able to grocery shop. Many of those folks are on very specific diets. So it would be very difficult to replace those meals with, say, getting a pizza or having the schools contribute. So for that, I really think we'd have to bite the bullet and pay CRT the $11 per meal so they can continue with their specific food, because you're creating a lot of different menus. However, for the congregate, we are actually talking to the schools as a possibility for a partial replacement. I can't reasonably expect that we're gonna replace $93,000 worth of meals with community donations. So we're gonna need to find funding. But the school, yeah, the schools, local businesses, local assisted livings, nursing homes, healthcare facilities, anybody that can either pay, prepare a bunch of food for us for our in-person folks, or can give us some money to buy some.
I have one question, not about the Meals on Wheels, unfortunately. We're back to what you were talking about, the officers. So there's 2 certified officers you said we're looking to hire, and I know we just brought on an officer who's gonna be going to the police academy. What if, including those 3, what is our total vacancy now in the department?
If the two that were in the process right now are offered positions, our vacancies will go down to 6. They were 10 3 months ago.
Okay. Wow. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Jamie? All right, we will move on to council liaison and committee reports. You got anything?
Well, yeah, I can, well.
Deputy Mayor Adams? Go right ahead.
Three of us could speak to, the 4 of us could speak to this, that, last Friday, we had another of our arts and culture, committee meetings. Looks like we're on a roll with, every other Friday at 5 p.m. here at the town hall. It's a committed group to be here at 5 o'clock on a Friday. We are, Matt and I had a great Zoom conversation with someone from the Cromwell Cultural District a few days before that, and she gave us quite a bit of information, different people that we might connect with, not only at the state level, the arts level, but also other towns that have developed arts and cultural districts and in various sizes and in various formats. So we have a lot of very useful information. Also talked more about possible funding, which would include historic preservation funding. We're looking at, we've come up with a list to date of possible locations where there could be, or and not necessarily just one central hub. We talked about a couple of hubs that would interconnect throughout the town, that would link different historic districts and different arts venues. And we're going to be at the next meeting, which is not this Friday, but the following Friday, not this coming, yeah, 2 Fridays. What the pros and cons are of some of these various locations. And we're beginning to add a few more folks, representatives to the meetings. So right now it's the Newington Art League, it is NCTC, not NCTV, but NCTC, the library. Who else? I'm trying to think of.
The Historic Society.
Yes, Historic Society and the school, and the school. And Catherine Labadia, who works at DECD, Department of Economic and Community Development on state level, is a Newington resident. She is an archaeologist by trade, but works in the historical museum. I can never remember which exact area. But she has given us a lot of information, and she is very interested and wants to continue to be a member of this committee as we move forward. And Gary Turco, who has also been sitting in with us. So, and then, other information that Gail, Matt, John, you want to add?
Just that it's somewhat of a, there's like a shorter term objective, and then the visioning is certainly not for this budget. But immediate need is basically the art league, as we have talked about even in the last, they've kind of been a ship without a home without a ship, whatever.
They're orphans.
Yeah, they're orphans. And it would be nice to get them housed somewhere, because right now they're in someone's garage. But again, that's one component of the arts and cultural plethora of organizations within Newington. So we kind of like to do something that's all encompassing in the future for everyone.
And there is, and we haven't really moved forward on this discussion, but what came to mind in the conversation that Matt and I had with, woman's name is Ann Grasso from Cromwell, and we talked briefly at the last meeting, was there are opportunities, and depending upon a whole variety of circumstances in a given town, that it organize itself to become a board or commission or be a nonprofit organization. So there are pros and cons to both, and we really haven't had much more of a substantial conversation, but it was something that was raised, and I think we need to consider. Anything else you want to add?
No, I just added residents, folks have ideas and are interested in the arts in town, and to again, have ideas about what that could look like and how we can improve arts programming writ large in Newington, to reach out with those suggestions. And before you certainly welcome you to those Friday 5 p.m. meetings if you've got nothing else going on. So.
And one other thing is that we are very intentional about connecting with economic development. So that's always part of the discussion when we're talking about arts and culture and economic development in our community. So I don't know if anybody has any questions, but it's exciting to see this moving ahead, and people have a lot of energy and are very enthusiastic. And Jamie, if you aren't doing anything at 5 o'clock on a Friday.
How bad is that?
Lauren?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other, council liaison or committee reports? All right, seeing none, we will move on to, public participation again. In general via the Zoom application or over your phone. If you can raise your hand in the Zoom function. If you're in the room, feel free to come up now. Seeing none, we will move on to remarks by councilors. Anybody have any, thoughts or burning desires? There you go.
Dinner.
All right, very good. Yeah, good. All right, so we will move on then. Councilor Tiniakis, would you mind reading the resolution about, executive session?
Resolved that the Newington Town Council in accordance with General Statute 1-200-6C hereby moves to go into executive session and invites the town council members, the mayor, attorney David Griffith, Jamie Trevathan, acting town manager, Lauren Rhymes, director of administrative services, Joe Salamone, facility director, and DJ Jordan, emergency management director, to discuss a public safety matter or emergency operations.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Nagel. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries 8-0 with Councilor Gonzalez absent. We are in executive session. Take a quick 5-minute break.
We're actually going to, convene executive session in another room, just because of the
Well, appropriations. But
You see, it looks like an owl.
It does, yeah.
I get it, I just, that happens in the meeting.
Yeah, I was sitting there, I was like, oh, look at that.
Oh, no.
Good to go? We're back from executive session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Okay, motion by Counselor Menke.
Second.
Second by Counselor Ford. All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. We're adjourned. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Buenas
Or
noches.
at least have it.
Oh, 8-0.
Oh, 8-0, yeah, Gonzalez.
They're hurt me home sleeping.
I know.
Oh, yeah, very nice.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Scott.
Yes, thanks.
Yes.
You glad to move all this stuff?
Guys, did we say 8?
Yes.
Which one? 7 or 8.